Chapter 272. Chapter 272 Retreat the troops. The heavenly concubine looked at Zhang Sanshan and said indifferently, General Zhang, we have fought before. However, in the current situation, if you don't send reinforcements, I'm afraid that the young man will be in danger. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Snake Swamp country's army. Why are you helping us? Zhang Sanshan was extremely puzzled. This young lady was the military advisor of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, and it was because of her that Zhang Sanshan was being suppressed. Right now, this young lady was actually helping the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Because I'm not from the Ophidian Swamp country. As for being their military advisor, that was something I had no choice but to do. However, if I can leave the Ophidian Swamp country, I won't help them. The heavenly concubine's eyes emitted a wise light. Indeed, she had only helped the Snake Swamp nation because she had been kidnapped by them. General, I believe in her. Yu Yun looked at heavenly concubine and said. Zhang Sanshan hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. All troops heed my orders. Attack immediately. In Sky Fragrant City, 300,000 soldiers were moving out. It was clear that Zhang Sanshan had gambled everything on Lin Ling. After all, the Snake Swamp country no longer had a military advisor and was like a sheet of loose sand. In addition to the sudden emergence of Lin Ling, they should be in a chaotic situation. What mattered most in an army was morale and military rules. Without military rules, the army's morale would plummet, and the 500,000 soldiers would not be as united as one. He's still alive. Looking into the distance, the heavenly concubine's eyes flashed. For some unknown reason, she began to worry. Are you worried about him? Yu Yun asked in surprise. The heavenly concubine was shocked and immediately recovered her usual cold appearance. Her beautiful eyes were calm and wise as she said, he saved me from the Snake Swamp country, so I don't want him to die because of me. I don't want to owe him a favor. Yu Yun nodded and didn't say anything, but a woman's sharp intuition sensed that things might not be so simple. At this moment, in the ancient Sky Fragrant City, several figures were looking at the army that was marching out. Their faces were extremely ugly. Dispatch troops? Who told you to dispatch troops? Moreover, I am a general personally appointed by His Majesty the Third Prince. Why didn't you ask for my permission before sending troops? Mo Qianji spoke coldly to a few soldiers. He represented the Third His Majesty and was arrogant. However, in the ancient sky, no one had respect for him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. If you have any objections, you will, the concubine, the heavenly concubine is Zhang. 2 Yumun for Mo Qianji Mo 2 Mo with such a tone, do you believe that I will immediately send someone to kill you? Mo Qianji said coldly. If it. And the soldier sneered, also, Commander Lin has already brought back the Snake Swamp country's military advisor. Sir, you should think more about yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left, not even bothering to salute. Mo Qianji's pupils constricted. He had made a military pledge with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling succeeded, he would offer his head. If Lin Ling failed, the ancient Sky Fragrant City's concubine would be his. And now Lin Ling had succeeded. Sir, what should we do? One of Mo Qianji's trusted aides asked worriedly. This Lin Ling is really not simple. Mo Qianji's face was extremely ugly. However, he soon sneered, let's go back. Lin Ling wants my life. Is that possible? That's right. It's just a military pledge. Sir, why do you care about it? The trusted aide smiled sinisterly. They were obviously going back on their words. When we return to Cloud Sea City, I will sue Lin Ling and say that Lin Ling colluded with the Snake Swamp country. Just you wait. The ancient Sky Fragrant City will definitely lose this war. Mo Qianji laughed gloatingly. Moments later, the few of them disappeared from the ancient Sky Fragrant City. At this moment on the other side, it was a hellish battlefield where blood flowed like a river. The youth held a huge sword in his hand and was like a lone star that could wipe out thousands of soldiers. When Zhang Sanshan and the rest of the army arrived, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. A single person fought against 10,000 soldiers and was like a sharp knife that tore apart the encirclement of the Snake Swamp country's army. What kind of god was this? When they got closer, they could vaguely see that the youth's face was stained with blood, which made the coldness even more intense. The densely packed army of the Snake Swamp Country was actually intimidated by the youth alone. Such a prodigy is only seen once in 10,000 years in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Qianji looked at each other and were excited. The morale of the army behind them was greatly boosted, and they were cheering non-stop. Follow Commander Lin to protect the kingdom and the citizens. Kill! Zhang Sanshan yelled out. The ancient Sky Fragrant City's army surged forward in a mighty manner. At this moment, Lin Ling was breathing rapidly. He was already exhausted, but he finally waited for the army to arrive. This made him smile slightly. My soldiers, follow me and kill all the enemies. He spoke coldly, and his subordinate Tian Xiaoman led 50,000 soldiers and swept forward. The battle lasted for 1 day and 1 night, and the entire Red Gobi Desert was covered in smoke. The Snake Swamp Country's morale plummeted, and the 500,000 soldiers were utterly defeated. The ancient Sky Fragrant City had a magnificent aura and was suppressing the Snake Swamp Country's army step by step. Defeated, we have lost this battle. In a distant place, the second prince of the Snake Swamp Country was still guarding the army and looking at the overall situation, but his expression was extremely awful. He could already see that the Snake Swamp Country had lost. 500,000 soldiers lost to 300,000 soldiers. It might be a baffling loss, but he roughly knew the reason. The sudden appearance of the abnormal star changed the entire battlefield. This is what the heavenly concubine said, and it seems like it is true. The second prince's expression was extremely cold. He finally knew who the so-called abnormal star was. It was actually the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's Lin Ling. Lin Ling's appearance and kidnapping the heavenly concubine caused the Snake Swamp Country to no longer have a powerful commander, and was like a plate of loose sand. Apart from that, Lin Ling's appearance obliterated their 10 commanders and fought against 10,000 soldiers alone, which caused the Snake Swamp Country's morale to plummet. While the Snake Swamp Country's morale increased greatly, the ancient Sky Fragrant City's morale rose greatly. This was the reason for their loss. The entire battlefield seemed to have changed because of Lin Ling alone. What exactly is his background? Why did he rise like a dazzling star? The second prince muttered to himself and deeply remembered that name. Retreat. Finally, the second prince waved his hand and retreated without a care. If this carried on, his subordinates would be nibbled away until nothing was left. Retreat? Back to the barracks? A guard asked hastily. The second prince shook his head and sighed. Return to the Snake Swamp Country. He had a disheartened expression. This failure had a huge impact on the Snake Swamp Country. If they wanted to invade from the ancient Sky Fragrant City again, they would need a few years of preparation. That guard's expression changed, and he didn't dare to say anything else. He had no choice but to accept the order and leave. Powerful martial artists can use their martial strength to decide the battlefield. Lin Ling's martial strength hasn't reached that level, but he is the #1 person under the generals. I can stop Zhang Sanshan, but none of my subordinates can stop Lin Ling. Chapter 273. Emo Qinji escaped. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Once the order to retreat was given, the morale of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army fell to the bottom as they were being slaughtered. We won. Zhang Sanshan looked into the distance and was extremely excited. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking back with a huge sword in his hand. He looked extremely exhausted, but there was a faint smile on his face. His mission for this trip was completed. Furthermore, he had accomplished his goal. Under the constant slaughter, he had naturally reached the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Furthermore, he deeply sensed that in this world, martial prowess was #1. With powerful martial prowess, one wouldn't be afraid even when facing an army with thousands of men and horses. Commander Lin, Commander Lin. There were shocking cheers from the surroundings as countless people looked at that youth with gratitude and excitement. That youth was like an undefeatable war god in their hearts. With his strength alone, he stirred up the entire battlefield and led everyone to repel the enemy. Old friend, the student has surpassed the master. I'm afraid your title of army god will have to be given up. Skybender laughed excitedly. Haha, that is indeed the case. Zhang Sanshan laughed heroically and said, unfortunately, the student has not only surpassed the master, but he will also surpass the master forever. That kid will definitely surpass me in the future. Perhaps the Heaven Mystics Kingdom won't be able to accommodate him. I have such a premonition as well. Skybender nodded, and his feeling was even stronger than Zhang Sanshan's because he had watched Lin Ling rise step by step. From a weak youth in the Fire Ancient clan to a famous person in the Cloud Sea City. General, I have not let you down and completed the mission perfectly. Soon enough, Lin Ling walked over and cupped his hands with a smile. Good, good, good. Not only did you complete the mission, but you also used this opportunity to defeat the Snake Swamp Kingdom. I guess that there will be no more battles in the Sky Fragrance Ancient City for the next 5 years. I, Zhang Sanshan, thank you on behalf of the citizens of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Zhang Sanshan jumped down from his horse and knelt on one knee as he spoke word by word. On behalf of all the citizens, we thank Commander Lin. All the soldiers knelt on one knee as they spoke in a mighty voice that shook the heavens and the earth. I'm just trying my best. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Army returned to the city. Everyone returned to Tianxiang City with a majestic aura. As for Lin Ling's subordinates, Tian Xiaoman and the others were prouder than anyone else. That was because the victory was brought about by their commander alone. They were exceptionally proud of their commander. They had never thought that they would be so proud one day. Therefore, when they were fighting against the enemy, they worked harder than anyone else. Because they were Lin Ling's subordinates, they could not lose face for Lin Ling. Fortunately, they didn't embarrass themselves. The final result of 50,000 men was definitely not inferior to the result of 100,000 men. This made the soldiers of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City exclaim in admiration. They were indeed Commander Lin's troops. Such vigor and ferocity. They were simply the army of tigers and wolves of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When the army returned to Tianxiang City, all the citizens warmly welcomed them. Commander Lin, Commander Lin. In the hearts of the citizens, that mysterious young man was almost as revered as General Zhang. Hearing the deafening cheers, Lin Ling let out a helpless smile. He didn't expect the citizens' reaction to be so intense. He was just doing something that was convenient for him. Lin Ling waved to them. You're the war god of Heavenly Fragrance City now. Even I'm slightly envious of such treatment. Moreover, I know that after tomorrow, there will definitely be many people coming to visit you. And there might even be many young women who have secretly fallen in love with you. Zhang Sanshan grinned from the side. Lin Ling rolled his eyes. Why did he feel that Brother Zhang was rejoicing in his misfortune? Lin Ling. At this moment, Yu Man-yun ran over. When she saw that Lin Ling was fine, the worry on her face finally vanished. Lin Ling also greeted Yu Man-yun with a smile. His gaze shifted and landed on the heavenly concubine in the distance, whose beautiful eyes were constantly flickering. The heavenly concubine's beautiful face was somewhat cold. Her beautiful eyes emitted a light of wisdom as she turned and left. What a bad-tempered little girl. Lin Ling curled his lips. He didn't have any other thoughts about the heavenly concubine. It was fine as long as she didn't assist the Snake Swamp Nation. Moreover, the Snake Swamp Nation had also retreated, so there was no need to pay attention to the heavenly concubine. However, he was still very surprised. That girl wasn't old, but her ability to arrange troops was very strong. Even Brother Zhang seemed to have lost to her. Such wisdom at such a young age was truly rare. He is Yi Xing. This really surprised me. I originally thought that Yi Xing was an expert in his 50s. Who knew that it was actually him? The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flickered. She was extremely surprised. After the defeat of the Snake Swamp Nation, she divined again and guessed everything. However, this result made her extremely surprised. She wanted to continue divining, but she found that she couldn't see through that youth. That youth's origin and future were covered by a layer of hazy fog. However, regardless of whether he is Yi Xing or not, he is definitely a boorish person who doesn't know how to take care of women. The heavenly concubine shouted. She was extremely dissatisfied when she thought of how that youth had carried her behind his back and placed his large hand on her perky butt. Of course, when she thought of the intimate contact with that youth, her body once again softened. Where is Mo Qianji? I want to see if that military order is still there. Lin Ling coldly laughed as he followed the army to the barracks. Haha, that despicable person. I also want to see what kind of face he has now. Zhang Sanshan also nodded. At this moment, a soldier ran over and said, "Not good, General Mo has disappeared. His subordinates have also disappeared. They seem to have escaped from Sky Fragrance City." What? That fellow is truly shameless. He made a solemn vow before the military order, but after he lost, he went back on his word. Such a person actually has the qualifications to look down on our army for not working hard, saying that our army is cowardly and doesn't dare to fight the Snake Swamp Nation head-on. Zhang Sanshan was furious. He is truly shameless. All the soldiers were furious as well. Lin Ling wasn't surprised at all. He never had any expectations for that despicable person. That was the type of person who would bet with you. If you lost, you had to hand over your life, but if he lost, he would go back on his word. That fellow didn't know how to do anything other than flatter. It doesn't matter. He can escape today, but he can't escape tomorrow. Lin Ling didn't mind. Now that he had completed his mission and his strength had increased greatly, he would find that despicable person when he returned to Cloud Sea City. That night, Sky Fragrance City held a grand banquet to welcome the victory of the war. The entire city was filled with joy. Some people even made statues overnight and placed them in the city square. The statue was of a youth with a cold expression. He held a large sword in his hand and pointed it forward. He was like a military god guarding Sky Fragrance City. That statue was the hero Lin Ling. Lin Ling was completely unaware of all of this. At this moment, he was in his room sensing his cultivation. He was at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm and had the first-generation flame technique, Heavenly Fire Prairie. He believed that with his current strength, he was probably invincible in the Earth Spirit realm. With such strength, he should be able to obtain a seat in Cloud Sea City. Chapter 274. Agreements. TSK Lin Ling, you're the most perverse youth I've ever seen. You were only in the initial stage of the Earth Spirit realm when you arrived at Sky Fragrance, but a great battle allowed you to undergo a rebirth and reach the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm. You have to know that the advancement of the Earth Spirit realm takes years. Zhang Sanshan appeared outside the door and sighed emotionally as he looked at Lin Ling beside him. Sky Melody also smiled helplessly. Old brother Zhang, you'd be even more surprised if you knew that he was only in the martial spirit realm not long ago. Their words made Lin Ling smile and shake his head. I was just lucky. It'll be a few years before I break through again. You're always so calm even if the sky collapses. Zhang Sanshan and Sky Melody were speechless. After all, if other youths had such achievements, they would have been extremely proud with their noses in the air. However, Lin Ling was indifferent, as if all of this wasn't worth his happiness. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he felt a sense of accomplishment, it wasn't very strong, because he knew that his greatest enemy, the first Crown Prince, was much stronger than him. The first Crown Prince had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He had talent, inherited the throne, and endless cultivation resources. Lin Ling had nothing, so the only way to surpass the first Crown Prince was to rely on his own hard work. The three of them chatted as they walked, looking at the bright moon in the sky as they drank and sang. Only when the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army retreated did they feel so relaxed. Lin Ling, from today onwards, Sky Fragrance's army of 300,000 is at your disposal. If there's anything you need me for, just say the word. Yes. Zhang Sanshan spoke in an extremely heroic manner after downing several cups of wine. Alright, I was waiting for you to say that. Lin Ling didn't argue and accepted this favor with a smile. With the help of Zhang Sanshan's army of 300,000, Lin Ling's forces in Cloud Sea City would be even stronger. After a long time, Zhang Sanshan and Heaven Melody left in a hazy drunkenness. Lin Ling looked at their backs and shook his head with a smile. He also walked towards his residence. However, when he arrived at the small courtyard, under the bright moonlight, a beautiful figure stood there quietly like a fairy under the moon. From afar, the figure seemed to blend into the moonlight, emitting a hazy light, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Oh, it's you. You haven't slept yet. Could it be that you want to repay my kindness by offering yourself to me? Lin Ling was already a bit drunk as he looked at the girl with an ice-cold expression. Who do you think you are to deserve my gratitude? The white-clothed girl was the heavenly concubine. After hearing Lin Ling's words, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and coldly replied. Of course, when she said this, she recalled the scene when Lin Ling saved her. He actually grabbed a curtain to deal with her and even looked at her body. This scoundrel. Who do you think you are? Do you think that if you offer yourself to me, I will accept it? Lin Ling twitched his mouth. He might be drunk, but he knew that this young girl was too scheming. Hence, he had been keeping his guard up. You can leave now. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Leave. The heavenly concubine's eyes were at a loss and felt very surprised. This young man saved her and didn't have any delusions. He just asked her to leave with a single sentence. It was as though she was just a character for his mission. Why? Could it be that after being kidnapped by the Snake Swamp Kingdom, you want to be kidnapped by the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Lin Ling looked at her with a strange expression. You. The heavenly concubine's delicate face turned black. This boorish young man didn't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. However, she wasn't an ordinary person and quickly calmed down. She smiled faintly and said, You saved me, and you want to leave me behind? Aren't you too irresponsible? Ah, I saved you and you aren't grateful to me. Instead, you are saying that I am irresponsible? Lin Ling found it hilarious that there was actually such a person. There is a price to pay for saving me. Right now my men are looking for me. Before they find me, you have to be responsible for my safety. The heavenly concubine lifted her head up high as though she was certain that she had Lin Ling in her grasp. Ah! Lin Ling's eyes widened. I am your personal bodyguard? I have seen scoundrels before, but this is the first time I have seen someone as thick-skinned as you. He had also lifted his head up high and wasn't going to let this overly intelligent woman take control of the situation. You are the one who is thick-skinned. The heavenly concubine raised her eyebrows and rubbed her delicate chin. She looked like a strategist who had a card up her sleeve. How about this? You will be responsible for protecting me, and I will guide your subordinates. Your subordinates might not have a weak aura and are a rare army of tigers and wolves, but they are still too weak when it comes to formations. In this world's battles, it isn't just about the aura but also the methods. Formations. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Presently, his subordinates were gradually growing up, and they were loyal and devoted to him. They were his left and right arms. If the strength of all his subordinates could improve, then his foothold in the city would be even more stable. All right, deal. Lin Ling snapped his fingers. I knew that you would never do a deal where you are at a disadvantage. All right, remember you have to protect me well. The heavenly concubine smiled faintly, turned around and left. This little girl. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Although this mysterious girl wasn't devastatingly beautiful, she had a unique aura. She was like a small stream, and the more familiar he was, the cuter he found her to be. Oh. A few days later, Lin Ling's army left Sky Fragrance City. The citizens and soldiers of Sky Fragrance City looked at the departing figures with reluctance. They were constantly shouting until Lin Ling's army disappeared from their sight. The army traveled all the way to Ocean of Clouds City. This time, the army of 50,000 didn't have to cultivate. They just had to ceaselessly learn the formations taught by the heavenly concubine. So they took a shortcut, and it only took them 3 days to return to Ocean of Clouds City. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth as he gazed at the city that was even vaster than Sky Fragrance City. I'm finally back. He turned around and saw the heavenly concubine giving Tian Xiaoman guidance. Tian Xiaoman was Lin Ling's assistant now, so she was extremely interested in the formations. Lin Ling wasn't interested in the formations, so he remained in the position of general. Lin Ling spoke softly, We're here. The conversation between the heavenly concubine stopped. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes gazed deeply at the huge city in the distance, and they flickered incessantly. No one knew what she was thinking. Remember the agreement. I don't want others to know my identity. Don't worry. I am still able to keep my promise. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The heavenly concubine seemed to have a mysterious background. She wasn't from the Snake Swamp Kingdom, or the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Furthermore, she seemed to have hostility towards the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, since the heavenly concubine didn't want to talk about her background, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to care. They just had to keep their promise. Enter the city. Chapter 275. Annihilation of the Fire Ancient Clan. Everywhere the army passed, the passers-by were shocked and took a detour. The army had a grand aura, and every one of them was young. They had cold expressions and cold blood. It seemed like an army that had been through many battles. The leader was a young man who was handsome and calm. He was neither arrogant nor humble, and he looked extremely spirited. Many people were curious about this army, but it moved very quickly. It didn't take long for them to vanish from everyone's sight. Is this the Cloud Sea City that is as famous as the Stone Saint Nation's Extreme Ice Palace? This is the core of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, just like the Snake Swamp Nation's Fierce Tooth Imperial City. Senior sister fell in love with a man here, but they were forced to separate. This time, I can help senior sister find out about that man's whereabouts. The heavenly concubine looked at the Cloud Sea City and muttered to herself. She came here for the Fire Ancient Clan to find a man called Lin Chan. She knew that after so many years, her senior sister still couldn't forget that man. After the army entered the Cloud Sea City, Lin Ling immediately went to report to Duke Duan. His subordinates returned to the camp and were waiting for Lin Ling's orders. As for the heavenly concubine, she wanted to hide her identity and had been following Tian Xiaoman. In Duke Duan's residence, Duke Duan came out personally to welcome Jiang Yi. Lin Ling, you are back? How is the battle? Duke Duan asked anxiously with a look of anticipation. The news of the victory in the Sky Fragrance Ancient City hadn't spread to the Cloud Sea City yet. Thus Duke Duan was very worried. Duke Duan, fortunately I didn't let you down. We won in the Sky Fragrance Ancient City. Lin Ling looked at the anxious Duke Duan and smiled. Duke Duan was stunned and said in disbelief, "Won? What about the Snake Swamp Nation's army? Did they retreat a few thousand miles away?" Lin Ling shook his head and continued to smile. They didn't retreat a few thousand miles away. They completely retreated. What? Duke Duan gasped. He originally thought that Lin Ling would help the Sky Fragrance Ancient City win, but the Snake Swamp Nation's army was much larger. They naturally wouldn't retreat so easily. Who knew that they completely retreated? What's going on? Duan Wangye asked hurriedly. Lin Ling roughly explained what had happened, causing Duan Wangye's expression to constantly change. In the end, he looked at Lin Ling in pleasant surprise. Lin Ling, back then, when I dug you out from the Fire Ancient Clan, it was indeed the best decision of my life. You single-handedly ended the entire battle. TSK amazing. Duke Duan continued to praise. Lin Ling smiled. Duan Wangye invited Lin Ling to stay for a celebratory drink. Lin Ling considered that this drink wouldn't take too much time, so he nodded and agreed. As they drank, King Duan ceaselessly spoke about the current situation in Ocean of Cloud City while Lin Ling listened silently. Your Highness, this is bad. His Majesty the Third Prince has sent people to the Fire Ancient Clan. He said that he wants to exterminate the Fire Ancient Clan. Right at this moment a guard ran in anxiously. When Lin Ling wasn't around, Duan Wangye was in charge of protecting the Fire Ancient Clan. Hence, he had been paying attention to the Fire Ancient Clan's safety. Bang! Duan Wangye was instantly enraged. He slammed his wine cup heavily on the table and said, "Is the Third Prince crazy? Isn't he afraid of causing a war between the princes? Causing chaos among the factions?" This time, those who went to the Fire Ancient Clan included the former commander, the Zhang clan, one of the 8 ancient clans in the outer city, and the Third Prince's favorite general, Mo Qianji. As for why they were so bold, it was because Mo Qianji said that Lin Ling colluded with the enemy in Sky Fragrance City and caused the Sky Fragrance City's 300,000-strong army to be defeated. He is a sinner of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That guard quickly explained. Mo Qianji. This fellow is truly a despicable person who craves for the world to be in chaos. It is a pity that he came back too early. He thought that we were going to lose for sure, and didn't expect us to win. Lin Ling's expression was ice-cold as he stood up. He still wanted to settle the score with Mo Qianji, but he didn't expect Mo Qianji to jump out on his own. Furthermore, Mo Qianji even had designs on his family. Lin Ling, don't worry. I will send someone over immediately, Duan Wangya quickly said. Lin Ling shook his head and said, this time I will go personally. I want to see what right they have to make a move on my family. Since they dared to come, then they shall stay here forever. Alright. You have battle merits now, so you can do whatever you want. Even if you cause chaos in the Cloud Sea City, no one will be able to touch you. Duan Wangya nodded seriously. If Lin Ling really caused the defeat, then it would be very difficult for Duan Wangya to step in and save the Fire Ancient clan. Even if he could, it would be done in the dark. However, Lin Ling was the victorious army. What was there to be afraid of? Lin Ling nodded and strode out of Duan Wangya's residence. His cold eyes looked into the distance as an intense killing intent spread out from his body. The Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling's reverse scale. It was also the only family he had after coming to this world. Oh, these people. They seem to be the Imperial Guards of the inner city. The Imperial Guards of the inner city rarely appear in the outer city. This time the entire army is out. I don't know who they are going for, but they are very strong. As expected of the inner city, they are heading in the direction of the Fire Ancient clan. The Fire Ancient clan is in great trouble. I'm afraid they have offended a powerful force in the inner city. In the outer city, many people looked at the army marching in an orderly manner on the streets. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Of course, there were also some who were gloating. The Fire Ancient clan deserved it. This was definitely a disaster brought about by Lin Ling. Commander, His Majesty the Third Prince said that you can do whatever you want this time. There is no need to be afraid. His Majesty the Third Prince will stand up for us. At the forefront of the Imperial Guards of the inner city, 3 figures walked side by side. Their expressions were indifferent, but their eyes revealed a trace of complacency and mockery. Among them, Emo Qianji spoke faintly. Not long ago, Lin Ling had captured the Snake Swamp country's military advisor alive, causing Emo Qianji to lose. However, Emo Qianji would not die in the hands of a junior like Lin Ling. Therefore, he had escaped in the middle of the night. As for the military order, Emo Qianji did not care about it at all. After returning to Cloud Sea City, how could he be willing to accept the humiliation he had suffered in Sky Fragrance Ancient City? Therefore, he took advantage of the great defeat in Sky Fragrance Ancient City to force Lin Ling to his death with the crime of colluding with the enemy. Emo Qianji was not clear about the outcome of the battle in Sky Fragrance Ancient City. However, he guessed that Sky Fragrance Ancient City would definitely lose. After all, was it possible for an army of 300,000 to win against an army of 500,000? Unfortunately, he did not know that the battle had changed because of Lin Ling alone. The 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp country had all died in battle, causing the morale of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City to be greatly reduced. It was like a great army that would never lose. This Lin Ling is the best at taking advantage of both sides, causing many important figures in the inner city to support him. However, with the crime of colluding with the enemy, it is difficult for those important figures to say anything. Dunan laughed coldly. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Lin Ling had killed his son. He originally thought that taking revenge would be easy, but he did not expect that it would be more difficult than he had imagined. Lin Ling had grown step by step at an extremely fast speed. Not only had Lin Ling's strength almost caught up to him, Lin Ling's forces were even stronger than his. He had even caused him to lose his position as the commander of the Imperial Guards. Chapter 276. Lin Ling. I want to use Lin Ling's head as a sacrifice to my son. Do Nan became even more excited when he thought of this. Beside him was the Zhang clan's old ancestor. He was also a subordinate of the third prince. Of course, the Zhang clan was too weak, so it was usually difficult for them to enter the third prince's eyes. But this time, when he heard that the third prince was going to attack the Fire Ancient clan, he immediately volunteered to come. In this way, not only would he get rid of the thorn in his side, but he would also gain the favor of the third prince. His ancient clan Zhang clan would be able to dominate the outer city. Lords, this way will do. The Zhang clan's old ancestor led the army forward. It didn't take long for the army to arrive at the crater of the Fire Ancient clan's volcano. At this moment, the entire Fire Ancient clan was out. Obviously, they had received the news and were anxiously preparing for this calamity. Of course, the news they received was intentionally released by the Zhang clan's old ancestor. He wanted old ancestor Extreme Flame to be nervous and uneasy. Only then would he feel comfortable. Lord, may I ask what the Fire Ancient clan has done wrong? Looking at the dense army before him, old ancestor Extreme Flame spoke with a solemn expression. Haha, Extreme Flame, you still haven't come to your senses. Seeing how foolish you are, let me remind you. Your descendant of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling, has committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. The Zhang clan's old ancestor said coldly. Then he smiled. I didn't expect that the Zhang clan of the Ancient clan would be the ones left in the outer city. Old ancestor Extreme Flame frowned, but he remained calm. Lord, do you have evidence? Shut up. What right do you have to ask for evidence? It's just a rural clan in the outer city. Does His Majesty need to show you evidence if he wants to annihilate your ancient clan? Mo Qianji looked at the Fire Ancient clan with disdain and snorted coldly. Today the Fire Ancient clan will be completely annihilated. Not a single one of them can escape. Dunan said coldly. His voice was like the might of the heavens, causing the hearts of many people who were secretly watching from afar to tremble violently. They all knew that from today onwards, the Fire Ancient clan would cease to exist. Old ancestor, they are unreasonable. In my opinion, if they want to fight, let's fight. There are no cowards in the Fire Ancient clan. Among the Fire Ancient clan's younger generation disciples, Lin Aofing, Lin Qingcheng, and the others all shouted loudly. That's right, we'd rather die in battle than surrender and beg for mercy. The various elders also shouted in unison, unafraid of death. Even the former great elder Lin Nanshan appeared. Looking at the incoming enemies, his face was ice cold. In the past, he had always been jealous of Lin Ling's father, Lin Chan. However, as the days passed, he realized that Lin Ling had done better than Lin Chan. Under the changing times, Lin Ling had single-handedly saved the entire ancient clan. Moreover, Lin Ling was not the kind of person who forgot his roots. No matter how he wandered in the inner city, the first place in his heart would always be the Fire Ancient clan. What else could he, great elder Lin Nanshan, say against such a junior? Therefore, he no longer resented Lin Ling's father, Lin Ling. Instead, he saw Lin Ling as his own junior, his own family. Everyone had the same bloodline. We'd rather die in battle than surrender and beg for mercy. The entire Fire Ancient clan was filled with vigor, unafraid of death. Even some of the baby-like children shouted, "We'll live and die together with Big Brother Lin Ling." Their resolute aura and arrogance caused many forces in the distance to secretly admire them. Unfortunately, in this world without strength, arrogance didn't represent everything. Haha, interesting. I originally wanted to bully a few of you, but it seems like there's no hope. However, I'll fulfill your wishes. After you die, the next one will be Lin Ling. Dunan and the other two laughed coldly. Among them, Mo Qianji waved his hand and announced, "Kill! Kill!" The Imperial Army marched towards the Fire Ancient clan in a grandiose manner. Their orderly footsteps and vigor caused the outer city to feel as if a storm was sweeping away the clouds. On the other hand, the members of the Fire Ancient clan were waiting solemnly for the upcoming battle to the death. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword ray came from the horizon like a dazzling sun. Wherever the sword ray passed, a large number of Imperial Army soldiers were slain and split into two. Hundreds of people died under a single sword. That sword was extremely sharp. Who is it? The sudden change of events caused Mo Qianji and the other two to have an unpleasant expression. The members of the Fire Ancient clan were also extremely astonished. As for the people who were observing from afar, they took in a cold breath. It was said that the Imperial Army was mobilized this time under the orders of the mysterious Third Prince. Right now, someone actually dared to kill the Third Prince's men. Wasn't this going against the Third Prince's orders? Who was so audacious? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Under everyone's gaze, a slender figure slowly walked over. He was holding a large sword at a slanted angle. His steps were steady, and his delicate face was filled with endless indifference. A deep voice came from his mouth. "I am Lin Ling." Silence. The surroundings instantly went silent. No one expected that Lin Ling would dare to return. Lin Ling had committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. He should be fleeing from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You colluded with the Snake Swamp Kingdom and actually dared to return. You are dead meat. Mo Qianji looked at Lin Ling, who was walking over from afar, and immediately threw a huge hat on him. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is the place that raised you and gave birth to you. You colluded with the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Don't you have any conscience in your heart? Today, we will represent the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to judge you. Du Nan spoke coldly. Lin Ling, I have watched you grow up. I didn't expect you to end up like this. Sigh, it is so heartbreaking. Listen to me and wait to be captured. I will put in a few good words for you. Perhaps the third prince will spare your life on account of your youth and ignorance. The Zhang clan's patriarch spoke as well. The three of them had to kill Lin Ling and exterminate the ancient clans. However, they were still speaking hypocritically at this moment, as though they were representing justice. Even I feel disgusted when I see such repulsive faces. Hence, the only choice is to kill. The hypocritical words from the three of them caused Lin Ling's expression to turn even colder. Hence, he didn't bother to say anything more, and couldn't be bothered to explain anything. The three of them weren't worthy, and he just needed to kill them. You. Stubborn. Mo Qianji pointed at Lin Ling and gnashed his teeth. Swish. The sword light slashed over, and a large number of royal guards died. They didn't even know that Lin Ling would suddenly make a move. Without the strength of the Heaven Spirit Realm, everyone who comes here today shall die. A cold voice echoed, causing everyone to gasp. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and unrepentant after committing such a grave mistake. He even wanted to kill all the royal guards. Such arrogance from the Fire Ancient clan's descendant. The crowd from afar shuddered violently in their hearts. With just you? Dream on. Chapter 277. Commander of the Imperial Guard. The commander of the Imperial Guard has made his move. The faces of the crowd in the distance changed. They never thought that Du Nan would make the first move. In their hearts, the commander of the Imperial Guard in the inner city was an existence that they could never hope to reach. Commander, kill Lin Ling. The Imperial Guard also shouted and cheered for Du Nan. Hee, Commander, you're too impatient. Mo Qianji sneered. He believed that Lin Ling would die without a doubt now that Du Nan had made his move. Du Nan, you've been brooding over your son's arrogance and tyranny ever since I killed him. Today we'll settle our old and new grudges once and for all. Looking at Du Nan, who was charging at him, Lin Ling's face became even more indifferent. He raised the sword in his hand. A pitch-black broadsword tore through the air in front of him, making explosive sounds as if it had come from the depths of the earth. Without the strength of the heavenly spirit realm, everyone who comes here today will die. What arrogance, but I don't believe it. Let me tell you, I'm at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. But let me give you a piece of advice. Even if you defeat the martial champion, it only means that you're the #1 genius. In terms of cultivation time, I'm 100 times longer than you. Clang! The sword and broadsword collided, making a deafening sound. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions with the two at the center. Many people who were far away were knocked down by the shockwave. What a powerful force. The people in the distance were all shocked. Boom! Lin Ling held his sword with one hand, his face still cold. I've said it before. Without the strength of the heavenly spirit realm, everyone will die. Flames suddenly ignited all over his body, following his arm to the sword in his hand. An even more powerful aura burst out. It was a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. With two innate spirit bodies, two great perfection of the concept of fire, and the strength of the mid-earthly spirit realm, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of any earthly spirit realm cultivators. Swoosh! His sword suddenly became terrifying. It was like a laser, like an explosive flame as it slashed through the air. Crack! The pitch-black broadsword was cut in half, but the scorching hot sword slashed out. Du Nan's arm was cut off, and his body was sent flying. After falling to the ground, his face was pale and filled with unparalleled fear. He had actually lost to Lin Ling. Back then he had looked down on this young man, but today this young man was looking down on him. How is that possible? The commander is the commander of the inner city's Imperial Guard. How could he not be able to withstand a single blow from Lin Ling? Looking at Do Nan on the ground, everyone was shocked. To be able to become the commander of the Imperial Guards, his strength naturally surpassed others. Otherwise, how could he convince the masses? However, he was still defeated by a youth who was not even 20 years old. This kid's growth speed is too terrifying. The Zhang family's ancestor's face was also solemn. Back then, that young man was like an ant in his eyes. If it wasn't for the extreme flame ancestor protecting him every time, he would have already killed him. But today, that young man's wings were finally full. His strength surpassed all of the Zhang clan's disciples. This made the Zhang clan's patriarch unwilling to accept this, and he was filled with intense jealousy. Good. As expected of the son of my fire ancient clan. Compared to the Zhang clan's patriarch's disappointment, the fire ancient clan's morale was greatly boosted. Right now, Lin Ling was already the symbol of the fire ancient clan. Linger, let us help you. The extreme flame ancestor shouted under the high morale. Grandfather, there's no need. I'll deal with them myself. Looking at the excited extreme flame ancestor, Lin Ling turned his head and said solemnly. He wanted to settle this grudge himself. Linger. The extreme flame ancestor wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw Lin Ling's determined gaze, he finally nodded his head and felt even more gratified in his heart. Right now, his grandson had completely become the new generation's leader of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling possessed pride and strength. With his strength alone, he turned the tide and saved the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling, don't be too pleased with yourself. On the ground, Do Nan's expression was extremely ugly. He stood up and his aura erupted once again. Although he had lost an arm, it wasn't enough to make him lose the ability to fight. He had been a bit careless earlier. Chaos Chi. He stretched out his left hand and a large amount of spirit chi surged from the sky. This was the talent of his chaos body. It was an 8th rank spirit body and had the ability to absorb all kinds of spirit chi. Moreover, he had comprehended the great concept of chaos chi. It was absorbing everything and forcefully devouring the spirit chi of heaven and earth to temporarily increase his strength. Rumble. Do Nan's aura grew even stronger as his entire body emitted smoke. Vaguely, his cultivation seemed to have broken through the earth spirit realm and reached the early sky spirit realm. At this moment, the earth seemed to be shaking because of him alone. Lin Ling, this is my secret technique. I never planned on using it, but you forced me to today. Do Nan's voice was much lower. Once this technique was used, the side effects were obvious. His cultivation would decrease greatly. Great concept, origin returning chi. He stretched out his hand and a ball of light formed from spirit chi appeared. It continuously enlarged and bloomed with dazzling light. How terrifying, I feel that the entire outer city is shaking. Is this the full extent of the commander's strength? Everyone trembled with fear and retreated a few hundred meters, afraid that they would be implicated by the terrifying energy. The technique you're using seems to have increased your strength, but you're still in the earth spirit realm. Is this your confidence? Looking at Do Nan, who was like a god descending from the heavens, Lin Ling's expression was still cold and fearless. Flames gradually emerged from his body and burned him, causing him to gradually turn into nothingness. What's going on? Many people were surprised that he had been burned into nothingness. Could it be that Lin Ling was unable to fight back against Do Nan's strongest technique and had chosen to immolate himself? Linger, this. Confusion also appeared in Forefather Extreme Flame's eyes. However, the burning flames gave him a feeling that they could destroy the heavens and the earth. After a moment of thought, he immediately said, "Everyone, hurry and leave this place." Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan was puzzled, but they still listened to Forefather Extreme Flame and left. It was obvious that as the forefather of the Fire Ancient clan, Forefather Extreme Flame had also sensed the terror of the flames. However, this didn't mean that others had sensed it. After all, their understanding of the fire attribute wasn't as deep as Forefather Extreme Flame's. Haha, Lin Ling, are you committing suicide in advance? Or are you scared by my great concept? Do Nan laughed coldly with pride in his laughter. Although Lin Ling's potential and strength were both strong, He was still only in the mid-earth spirit realm. Therefore, even if he'd won by a fluke, the fact that his foundation was weaker than Do Nan's couldn't be changed no matter what. You're not the only one who has a great concept, and your great concept isn't complete. Chapter 278. Surging flames. The flames on Lin Ling's body seemed to be sucked in by something as they all appeared in his right hand. The wisp of flame had turned blue and white. It didn't look large, but for some reason, everyone's hearts trembled violently when they sensed the flame in detail. The flame gave them a feeling of annihilation and nothingness. It was as if it wanted to burn everything in the world into nothingness. Great circle of the great concept? Do Nan stared at the flame as the pride on his face disappeared without a trace. He had the strength of the peak of the earth spirit realm, an 8th rank spirit body, and had comprehended a great concept. Therefore, he was confident that no one in the earth spirit realm would be his match if he unleashed his full strength. However, Lin Ling was only 18 years old, but had reached the great circle of the great concept. I've said that those who come here today will all die if they don't have the strength of the sky spirit realm? The cold voice ignored Do Nan's surprise and continued to ring out calmly, causing many people's hearts to tremble. This Lin Ling dared to say such a thing, how arrogant! First generation fire art. Heavenly fire prairie. As the final voice echoed, the pupils of the surrounding people narrowed. They could only see the youth with an indifferent expression slowly stretch out his right hand. There was a taboo flame in his hand, and he gently waved it. A wisp of flame was born and landed lightly on the ground. Boom! The forbidden flame exploded. This was the fusion of the great concepts of the 9 underworlds, heavenly flames and 7 blades skyfire. The entire earth shook as the outer city swayed. Flames surged into the sky, as if wanting to burn this ancient city to ashes. Origin of origin chi. Do Nan's expression changed drastically as he slapped out with his left hand. The ball of light formed from chaotic spirit chi surged out, but it was a pity that his most prized technique seemed extremely dim at this moment. The ball of spirit chi contained a terrifying amount of energy, but it was immediately drowned when it came into contact with the surging sea of flames, as if it had met its natural enemy. No! Do Nan cried out in horror. He could only see the surging sea of flames surging towards him, as if wanting to burn him into nothingness. At this moment his heart was in a daze. He'd thought that this was an excellent opportunity to avenge his son's death and wash away his previous humiliation. However, he hadn't thought that the arrival of glory would be his doomsday. Suddenly he felt a bit of regret that he'd been too reckless. If he'd had a choice, he would have chosen to endure. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. I can't accept this. With a roar, the surging taboo flames engulfed him. A first-generation flame technique. Linger, well done. In the distance, Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at the giant flame that soared into the sky and became excited. As the ancestor of the Fire Ancient clan, he naturally knew what that flame represented. One could say with certainty that it was the true essence of fire of the Fire Ancient clan. In the thousands of years of history of the Fire Ancient clan, there were very few people who could cultivate their own generation of fire techniques. Even Ancestor Taiyan had only comprehended one type of innate spirit body to perfection. Pa pa pa! Flames shot into the sky outside the volcano of the Fire Ancient clan, and it drew the attention of everyone outside the city. Many people were surprised. Originally, they thought that today was the end of the Fire Ancient clan. But now, it seemed that the ancient Imperial Fire clan had used powerful methods to resist the invasion of the foreign enemies. What a fierce fire! As for the Imperial Guards, a large number of them had been burned to death. So long as the flames touched even a little bit, it would be enough to ignite the entire body. Lin Ling, you have committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. Now you even dared to kill the commander. Men kill Lin Ling. Staring at the flames that soared into the sky, Missouri Qianji narrowed his eyes and roared. Today they had come with arrogance. Who would have thought that before they could capture Lin Ling, the commander of the Imperial Guards would die? This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Kill! The remaining Imperial Guards let out a low growl and their killing intent soared. If you want to die, then come. At the center of the sea of flames, a cold voice resounded. From the surging flames, a young man walked out step by step. At this moment he was like a flame god that was born from the flames. His cold eyes looked at the Imperial guards, and a wisp of flame danced in the depths of his eyes. Shock. For some reason, when the Imperial guards looked into his eyes, they felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they weren't looking at a person but a fire. What a terrifying aura. None of the Imperial guards dared to take a step forward. What are you doing? Go kill him. Emo Qianji was furious. His men were actually so frightened by Lin Ling's gaze that they didn't dare to move. This was a great humiliation. Emo Qianji, can you be any more shameless? The military pledge has already been made. You ran away after losing. A person like you actually has the face to compete with General Zhang for the position of commander. Humph, today I will fulfill the military pledge. Lin Ling's cold voice resounded. Don't you try to mislead others with your lies. I am the great general under the third prince. Emo Qianji was angry out of humiliation. Lin Ling was mocking him. I don't want to waste my breath on people like you. You can only die. Lin Ling walked out from the flames. The violent heat and aura made Emo Qianji feel a little scared. He roared at the Imperial guards in front of him, Go trash! What are you doing? Unfortunately, no one dared to go forward. The Imperial guards were traumatized by Lin Ling. Retreat! Emo Qianji was so angry that his face turned pale. He shouted and could only retreat temporarily. At his command, all of the Imperial guards felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They retreated like a receding tide. To them, Lin Ling was just a young man. He was too strong. Only an even stronger expert would be able to capture him. What? The Imperial guards retreated? It's all for Lin Ling. Looking at Emo Qianji and his men who were fleeing, the crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Today was supposed to be the end of the Fire Ancient clan. Who would have thought that Lin Ling alone would kill the commander of the Imperial guards and make all the Imperial guards run away in shame? It seemed that in Lin Ling's eyes, the powerful Imperial guards in the inner city were not Imperial guards at all. The fire gradually extinguished. The crater of the Fire Ancient clan was quiet. After a while, a surprised voice sounded. Linger, good job. In the distance, the excited voice of Ancestor Extreme Flame could be heard. His grandson did not disappoint him. Ancestor, the calamity has been avoided. However, there will be stronger experts coming. Why don't we leave the Fire Ancient clan first? The various elders of the Fire Ancient clan suggested after their excitement. Ancestor Extreme Flame nodded. He knew that the third prince was attacking the Fire Ancient clan. They were already very lucky to be able to avoid the calamity once. They would definitely not be able to avoid it a second time. Linger, let's leave the Cloud Sea City. Otherwise, the third prince will be here soon. Ancestor Extreme Flame said anxiously. Lin Ling shook his head. This was the ancestral home of the Fire Ancient clan. As long as one was a descendant of the Fire Ancient clan, no one would want to leave their home. Moreover, he had already said that anyone who dared to offend the Fire Ancient clan would have to die. Chapter 279. Chapter 279 attacked the Zhang family. When the people in the distance heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling didn't seem to have any intention of letting this go. But their numbers are greater. We're not their match at all. Ancestor Extreme Flame said worriedly. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's not necessarily true. With that, he took out the mother-child bug and said solemnly, Has the Flame Legion not arrived yet? It was just a short sentence, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Hearing this, the members of the Fire Ancient clan were all puzzled. At this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps resounded. A vast and mighty army walked out with a surging aura. Every single one of them had an indifferent expression, and there was only murderous intent and bloodthirst. They were like a terrifying demon army that had crawled out from a pile of corpses. This army. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. A few of them exchanged glances with the soldiers and then fell to the ground with a plop. That murderous aura made their hearts palpitate. This was an army of blood and slaughter. Linger, be careful. The Fire Ancient clan was once again facing a great enemy. Ancestor Extreme Flame anxiously shouted. He guessed that this terrifying army was the third prince's men, and they were here to exterminate the Fire Ancient clan. Moreover, compared to the previous Imperial Guards, this army was even more terrifying. It was an army that had been on the battlefield. For a moment there was a deathly silence. Right at this moment, a solemn voice resounded, "Commander, the Flame Corps has arrived." Under everyone's gaze, a valiant woman walked out and bowed to Lin Ling. "Commander, the Flame Legion has arrived." Soon after, a deafening roar rang out as 50,000 people shouted in unison, causing the clouds in the sky to disperse. "Commander?" Ancestor Extreme Flame glared, calling Ling commander. Could that army be Ling army? Good. We only have one goal now, and that is to kill Emo Qianji. Lin Ling looked at his subordinates and nodded. "Yes, Commander." The 50,000-man army roared again. Is it really Ling army? This time the ancestor was finally certain that this army belonged to Lin Ling. His grandson actually had an army stronger than the Imperial Guard. What was going on? For a moment the Fire Ancient clan was completely silent. Everyone was speechless. "Grandpa, it's time for the conflict between our Fire Ancient clan and the Zhang clan to be resolved. Let's end it this time." Lin Ling didn't know the shock in everyone's hearts. He looked at Ancestor Tian. Good. After being stunned for a moment, Ancestor Extreme Flame said, "Good 3 times in a row." He was so excited that tears filled his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't completely reacted yet. "Army, move out." Lin Ling nodded, and then he turned around and looked towards the distance. He waved his hand, and then he led the army forward in a formidable array. Everywhere the army passed, the outer city was in an uproar, and everyone gasped. They'd thought that the Fire Ancient clan would be unable to escape calamity today. But never had they imagined that not only would the Fire Ancient clan remain unharmed, a terrifying army that was surging with murderous intent had suddenly surged out, and then it seemed to be heading towards the Zhang clan. A change was about to occur in the outer city. A bunch of trash. At this moment, Emo Qianji and the Imperial Guard were resting silently within the Zhang clan. Emo Qianji took a sip of tea, and then he couldn't help but smash the teacup on the ground. He was furious. He felt aggrieved. He felt humiliated. He was the dignified military advisor of the inner city, yet he'd led the Imperial Guard to annihilate the Fire Ancient clan. In the end, he hadn't even arrived, and he'd been terrified by Lin Ling to the point of fleeing to the Zhang clan. That was a great humiliation. General Lin Ling suddenly launched a surprise attack and assassinated the commander of the Imperial Guard, Lord Do Nan. So the Imperial Guard is only temporarily affected. Don't worry, the morale of the Imperial Guard will rise after a short rest. Moreover, my Zhang clan will mobilize the entire clan to assist you. The Zhang clan's ancestor spoke from the side. That's right. It's just a puny Lin Ling. If it wasn't for King Duan protecting him, we would have killed him a long time ago. General, it isn't difficult to kill Lin Ling. I only hope that you can put in a good word for the Zhang clan in front of the third prince. The experts of the Zhang clan stepped forward one after another. The Fire Ancient clan was a thorn in their side, and they'd wanted them dead for a long time. However, the Fire Ancient clan's backer was King Duan. On the other hand, while the Zhang clan's backer was the third prince, it was obvious that the third prince didn't think highly of them. So the Zhang clan had been enduring silently. But now the Zhang clan's chance had come. If they could kill Lin Ling and encircle the Fire Ancient clan, they would be valued by the third prince. From then on, the Zhang clan would have a meteoric rise. Good. Your morale isn't weak. Don't worry. After you kill Lin Ling, I'll put in a good word for you. Emo Qianji nodded his head lightly. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of the Zhang clan were overjoyed. Unfortunately, they had always thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary disciple of the Fire Ancient clan. They didn't know that Lin Ling had made a name for himself in the inner city. He was the #1 genius of the current era. Moreover, they didn't know that Lin Ling had absolute strength and influence to kill the Zhang clan. They were courting death by doing this. Oh no! At this moment, a disciple of the Zhang clan ran over anxiously. What's the hurry? Don't panic. With the Lord here, even if the sky falls, there's no need to worry. The Zhang clan's ancestor shouted coldly, hinting for the disciple to speak. Lin Ling is coming for us. The disciple of the Zhang clan was anxious and flustered. Finally he uttered a sentence. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. They were laughing at Lin Ling for overestimating himself. Previously, the Fire Ancient clan had luckily escaped death. Now Lin Ling still dared to send himself to their doorstep? Ancestor, it's time for our Zhang clan to make a contribution, the elders of the Zhang clan said excitedly, their battle intent surging. The Zhang clan's ancestor smiled and nodded his head. Now that the Imperial Guards had joined up with the Zhang clan, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of Lin Ling. He wanted to see if Lin Ling had 3 heads and 6 arms. He's here to die alone. General, allow me to lead the army and kill Lin Ling. The Zhang clan's ancestor looked at Emo Qianji and said. Emo Qianji nodded his head indifferently with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Ancestor, Lin Ling isn't alone. The disciple of the Zhang clan was still flustered. Before he could finish his sentence, the Zhang clan's ancestor waved his hand casually and said, "It seems like the entire Fire Ancient clan has mobilized. They're ready to fight to the death." The disciple swallowed his saliva with difficulty and finally said, "Ancestor, Lin Ling isn't leading the Fire Ancient clan. Instead, he's leading an army of tens of thousands. Right now, he has already surrounded the Zhang clan." Previously, he was so frightened that his mind went blank. He didn't have time to say anything. He also didn't expect the ancestor to think that Lin Ling was alone. An army of tens of thousands? How is that possible? The Zhang clan's ancestor's face changed drastically and his pupils constricted. Even Emo Qianji stopped drinking his tea. His face was filled with disbelief. "Let me see." The Zhang clan's ancestor leaped and landed on the roof. When he looked around, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Outside the vast Zhang clan, there were densely packed people. Those people were all wearing the same armor and looked indifferent. Every one of them had an extremely dense murderous aura. When the murderous aura gathered together, it formed a powerful cloud of murderous aura, causing the Zhang clan to feel like it was in the middle of a storm. Chapter 280. Bloodshed. That army? Where did it come from? The Zhang family's patriarch's voice trembled. He couldn't understand what was going on. At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the sky above the Zhang family. Disciples of the Zhang family, those below 10 years old and above 80 years old without any martial arts, you have 1 incense stick's worth of time to leave. After that, the Zhang family will be bathed in blood. The voice was as majestic as the heavens. It was actually shouted by 50,000 people in unison. It shook the entire outer city. Everyone heard that sentence. Today, someone was going to bathe the Zhang family in blood? The Zhang family of the ancient clan had thousands of years of history. Every time a dynasty changed, this powerful clan would survive and gradually become stronger. The current era had changed. The previous emperor had disappeared and a new emperor had risen. Many ancient clans were submerged, but the Zhang family still stubbornly survived. However, today a single sentence was going to bathe the Zhang family in blood. This ancient clan was going to be annihilated. "I'm the Zhang family's patriarch. I don't know what crime I committed to offend Senior." The Zhang family's patriarch stood on the roof and bowed respectfully. He was uneasy and still didn't understand what was going on. "Patriarch Zhang, you're forgetful. Not long ago, you were bathing my Fire Ancient clan in blood. How could you forget in the blink of an eye?" At this moment, a deep voice resounded. "You're Lin Ling?" The Zhang family's patriarch's eyes narrowed. He didn't believe that this army was Lin Ling's because Lin Ling was just a young man. How could he have such a terrifying army? But now, the reality forced him to believe it even if he didn't want to. Lin Ling? The various forces in the outer city trembled violently. The Fire Ancient clan's disciple Lin Ling's army? This Lin Ling was terrifying. Wait, Lin Ling. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. You know that I'm just a pawn in the hands of the third prince. If the master wants the slave to do something, how could the slave refuse? There's no grudge between us. The Zhang family's patriarch's expression changed as he begged for mercy. He was scared. Completely scared. Facing Lin Ling was even more terrifying than facing the patriarch Taiyan. "Time's up, kill." Unfortunately, his shameless begging was only met with Lin Ling's cold reply. Lin Ling wasn't a fool, and he wasn't a saint either. If he didn't return with his army victorious today, then the Fire Ancient clan would be the one to be annihilated. Moreover, when the era changed, the Zhang family and other ancient clans joined forces and almost wiped out the Fire Ancient clan. Therefore, this grudge must be avenged. Moreover, even though Lin Ling was decisive when it came to killing, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He gave the innocent members of the Zhang clan a chance, sparing the old and the young. If it was the Zhang ancestor, he wouldn't have given this chance to the Fire Ancient clan. He would have killed them all. As for the opportunity, Lin Ling had given it to them, but whether or not the Zhang family would cherish it was not something he had to consider. Kill. An army of 50,000 with a magnificent aura pressed down on the Zhang clan like a siege truck. This army of 50,000 was formed by martial spirit realm experts. Under the guidance of the heavenly concubine, they were able to form 4 formations. They were extremely tyrannical. Not to mention a mere Zhang clan. Even if they were to face an army of 100,000 from the Snake Swamp country, they wouldn't be afraid at all. Rumble. With a powerful pressure, the walls were torn down and the houses were destroyed. The Zhang clan's shouts echoed through the sky. Those elders and disciples were all killed, and the imperial guards were unable to escape this calamity. No one could stop this army of tigers and wolves. The entire outer city was in an uproar. All the forces sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had finally displayed his anger. He had domineeringly and ostentatiously wiped out an ancient clan in front of the entire Cloud Sea city. He seemed to be telling everyone that the Fire Ancient clan was Lin Ling's reverse scale. If anyone dared to violate it, then they could only wait for the calamity of the clan's annihilation. Commander Lin, I am General Chun, a subordinate of the Wang Hai King. Aren't you being too arrogant by massacring so many people? Kill. At this moment, an army of over 100 people appeared on the street. A middle-aged man coldly spoke. He seemed to have a good relationship with the Zhang clan. Was that why he brought out Sima Zhanshan, one of the 4 kings, as soon as he appeared? However, why would Lin Ling fear him? Today, even if the 3rd prince was here, he would still kill him without hesitation. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear. Otherwise, kill. Kill. Lin Ling stood on the street outside the Zhang clan as he coldly looked at the middle-aged man and spoke. How dare you? I'm one of the Wang Hai King's men. You dare to kill me? The middle-aged man was enraged. Kill. Kill. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He pointed with one hand and thousands of people from the Fire Ancient army charged out. They formed the Demon Ox charging formation, and with 2 charges the hundreds of people were killed. A corner of the outer city was covered in blood. No matter who came, Lin Ling wouldn't give face to them. How tyrannical. Kill. The crowd in the distance trembled with fear. This Lin Ling led the army and killed all who stood in his way. Smoke billowed from the Zhang clan as the ground was covered with corpses. However, it gradually quieted down. Only the godlike soldiers walked back and forth. Their expressions were cold and merciless. They were soldiers and it was their duty to obey orders. Moreover, which soldier didn't have blood on their hands? Therefore, they didn't care about the lives that were lost. Lin Ling's expression was also indifferent. He had just arrived in this world and had almost died several times. He knew that in this world, even if you didn't want to kill, others would force you to. Therefore, he killed when he needed to and stopped killing with killing. Sir, the Zhang clan has killed more than 8,000 people and the Imperial Army has more than 3,000 people. Mo Qianji has escaped to the inner city. Yes. After a long time, Tian Xiaomen came to Lin Ling and reported. Lin Ling nodded slightly. By his side, Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. He hadn't expected that his old rival for so many years would be completely annihilated today. However, he didn't pity the Zhang clan. Instead, he laughed at the Zhang clan for asking for it. More than 200 powerless women and children have been expelled from the city, and will never be able to step foot in again. Tian Xiaomen said again. Lin Ling nodded again. Only Mo Qianji is left. Yes. Ling that Mo Qianji has escaped to the inner city. He's really lucky. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. He could see that Mo Qianji was a shameless villain. Can he escape? Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and glanced at the flame core in the distance. All soldiers, charge into the inner city. Even if Mo Qianji escapes to the ends of the earth, kill him. Yes. Charge into the inner city. Yes. Ancestor Extreme Flame gasped. Lin Ling's army of 50,000 could wreak havoc in the outer city. That was normal. But if they were to charge into the inner city, there were countless experts in the inner city. Yes. Yes. The Flame Corps had always obeyed orders. Even if there was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames before them, so long as Lin Ling gave the order, they would kill without hesitation. Grandfather, you haven't been to the inner city. Let's go take a look. Lin Ling turned to smile at Ancestor Extreme Flame. Good. Good. Chapter 281. Slaughtering their way into the inner city. Army set out. Advance. The mighty army marched towards the inner city. Their imposing aura caused countless powers that were paying attention to the situation to gasp. Probably only those top crown princes in the city would dare to do such a thing. Yet today Lin Ling, a young man from a small clan in the outer city, dared to do such a thing. Most importantly, that young man was only 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, Mo Qianji's face was covered in panic, and he was fleeing into the inner city. He'd never imagined that Lin Ling would actually lead an army of 50,000 to slaughter the Zhang clan. He'd intended to get even with Lin Ling, yet he'd been forced to flee in the end. I'm Mo Qianji. No one is allowed to enter the inner city. Mo Qianji spoke to the Imperial Guard when he arrived at the entrance of the inner city, and then he charged through the entrance. It wasn't long before the mighty army of 50,000 arrived from afar. The young man in the lead had an indifferent expression, and his footsteps were steady as he strode over. His imposing aura caused the Imperial Guard to gasp. However, when they thought about the background behind him, they became a little more forceful. Who are you? Such an army has entered the city. Do you have a warrant? If you don't, then fuck off immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. One of the Imperial Guard shouted coldly. Kill. Lin Ling spat out these words with a cold expression. Swoosh. 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 A few hundred charged forward, and all the Imperial Guards were annihilated. Ancestor Tai Yen opened his mouth wide, and many members of the Fire Ancient clan had followed him. At this moment their mouths were wide open as well. This was the first time they tried to enter the city in such a domineering manner. After that, the mighty army marched into the inner city. At this moment, the inner city was like a mysterious forbidden area. And there were many clans that had inherited the inheritance. These clans usually stayed in seclusion, causing the inner city to seem extremely peaceful. But in reality, every single one of them possessed terrifying strength, and it was sufficient to sweep through the outer city. At this moment those clans, powers, and the Cloud Ocean Empire were all watching the army in secret. Lin Ling, a figure of the new generation of Ocean of Cloud City, who rose to prominence like a dazzling star. Lin Ling had defeated the top scholar in both civil and military affairs, became Grandmaster Pil Cauldron's disciple, and even dared to confront the third prince, Yun Yifan. And now this Lin Ling was leading an army into the inner city, completely ignoring the imperial authority of the Yunhai Empire. Who gave him such courage? Was he not afraid of incurring the displeasure of the powerful forces in the inner city by acting so arrogantly? For a time the winds and clouds surged. Everyone was curious about the changes in the situation. Lin Ling, you're too young and arrogant. What do you think the inner city is? How dare you attack the city with your army? Are you treating us, the nobles of the inner city, as trash? You're just a peasant from an outer city. At this moment, an army appeared and blocked Lin Ling's army. The leader of the army was a burly man who yelled loudly. His name was Lan Ji, and he was the commander of the Quill army in the inner city. His position was even higher than the commanders of the Imperial Guard. After all, the Imperial Guard was in charge of the order in the inner city, while the Quill army protected the Imperial city. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. I only want one person, Mo Qianji. Anyone else who obstructs me will die. Lin Ling gazed indifferently at the man in the distance as he spoke. How audacious. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my general in such a tone? A middle-aged man by Lan Zi's side shouted loudly. They were the Quill army of the imperial city, and they were high above. How could they take Lin Ling seriously? Then who do you think you are? Kill. Lin Ling didn't waste his breath. He guessed that Lan Zi had probably been ordered by the third prince to obstruct him. You. Lan Zi pointed at Lin Ling and was speechless. That young man was too arrogant. He'd only said a single sentence, kill if you don't submit. Kill. The mighty army of the Flame Corps surged forward with a murderous aura, and it caused all the powers in the inner city to be shocked. Lin Ling's actions had infuriated everyone. He was too arrogant. Although the Quill army had many people, they couldn't be compared to the Flame Corps. The Flame Corps was the god of slaughter on the battlefield. As the Quill army was close to the imperial city, no one dared to cause any trouble. Therefore, they were no match for the Flame Corps in terms of aura and courage. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, they were forced to retreat. Lin Ling, you're too arrogant. At this moment, another voice rang out. It was a man in golden clothes. At this moment, he was like a golden eagle as he pounced towards Lin Ling from the sky. Obviously, the man in golden clothes wanted to capture the leader of the bandits. His attack was filled with murderous intent. Another lackey. Kill. Lin Ling drew his brilliance resurgent sword. On the blade, blue and white flames intersected. Then, he looked at the man in golden clothes in the sky and slashed. Swoosh. The sharp sword light slashed out. The man in golden clothes couldn't even block it and was split into 2. Blood rained down from the sky. So strong. Compared to the time when he defeated the martial scholar, Lin Ling's strength has increased again. The secretly observing crowd sucked in a breath of cold air again. Lin Ling had stirred up a storm in the inner city by himself. At the same time, he had forced out the hidden forces in the inner city. However, Lin Ling was indeed extraordinarily courageous. After all, from ancient times until now, he was the only one who dared to lead an army and act tyrannically in the inner city. Kid, do you really think you can do whatever you want in the inner city? At this moment, another powerful expert arrived with an army. When that person appeared, the sky seemed to turn into an ocean. Angry waves slammed on the table and a tall and sturdy figure appeared. This person wore a blue robe and a jade crown. His eyes were filled with an imposing aura that looked down on the world. You colluded with the enemy. His Majesty, the third prince, wanted you to admit your guilt. In the end, you killed all of His Majesty's men and even dared to lead an army into the city. Today, even if the second prince, Yunishwan, is here, I will kill you. This person's voice was like the might of the heavens and carried an unquestionable dignity. When they saw that person, the hearts of the various forces trembled violently. One of the 4 kings, Wang Haiwang, the powerful force hidden in the Cloud Sea City, had finally appeared. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the man in the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was the second time he saw Wang Haiwang. The first time was during the Cloud Sea hunt. At that time he was just a young man from the Fire Ancient clan. He was as insignificant as an ant and couldn't enter Wang Haiwang's eyes. Today he had the qualifications to face him. However, the 4 kings, Lin Ling sensed that the man was as vast as the ocean. He was bottomless. He was definitely an expert in the sky martial realm. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked at Wang Haiwang with a serious expression. As for the Flame Corps, they were also looking at Lin Ling. They were just waiting for Lin Ling to say the word and they would attack. No matter if it was Wang Haiwang or Yun Hai, they only had one commander, Lin Ling. Wang Haiwang, you're very impressive. You want to kill me without asking anything. It seems that Wang Haiwang, one of the 4 kings, is only a so-so. But if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you won't be able to. After a moment of silence, a cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. It made many people frown. This Lin Ling was so arrogant that he didn't even care about the 4 kings. Chapter 282. Wind and Cloud Surge. In fact, Wang Haiwang had long wanted to kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had spoiled his plans multiple times and killed his subordinates. They weren't even on the same side, but he was troubled because he couldn't find a suitable excuse to make a move. This time he found an excuse. and that was Lin Ling colluding with the enemy. Therefore, he killed Lin Ling to restore peace to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This way, others wouldn't think that he was bullying the weak and would think that he was patriotic. Ocean Surge. Ocean Surge. Wang Haiwang reached out his right hand and enveloped it with countless water-type spirit aura, forming a huge river above his head. This strength was so terrifying. Wang Haiwang, is it appropriate for you to interfere with the matters of the younger generation? Aren't you afraid of losing your old face? Ocean Surge. Right at this moment, a sharp voice echoed from the horizon. A red spear pierced through the clouds and shot straight at Wang Haiwang. Rumble. That spear seemed to have stirred up the thunderbolts in the sky, causing a huge commotion. Another Heaven Spirit Realm expert. Ocean Surge. Sensing that world-shaking aura, many people in the inner city gasped. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, a Heaven Spirit Realm expert was someone who could shake the entire land with a single move. It was known that the higher the realm, the harder it was for a martial artist to cultivate. Many people were only at the Earth Spirit Realm in their entire lives. There were very few people like Lin Ling, who had the assistance of the Blazing Flame Art, and was able to kill the enemy and seize the enemy's spirit chi seeds to increase their strength. As for the four kings, their strength was definitely at the pinnacle of the Heaven Spirit Realm experts. Lord Duan. The thunderbolt spear in the sky caused Wang Haiwang's expression to change as he called out in a deep voice. There weren't many people in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom that could move his heart, so he quickly guessed who the other party was. It was one of the four kings. Lord Duan. Boom! In the sky, the thunderbolt spear clashed with the ocean surge. There was a powerful explosion that shook the entire inner city. A large number of people fell to the ground, but they still lifted their heads and looked at the sky. A giant whirlpool appeared in the sky, which was caused by the clash of powerful martial strength. Was that the strength of the four kings? Lin Ling's entire body was covered in flames as he blocked the boundless shockwave. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the sky. He was also shocked by the strength of a Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. When would he be able to possess such strength? At that time, no one would be able to bully him or the Fire Ancient clan. Duke Duan, what do you mean by this? Did you collude with the enemy like Lin Ling? Wang Haiwang glared at Duke Duan and said coldly, Lin Ling is one of my men. It's not up to you to decide whether or not he colluded with the enemy. In any case, I won't allow you to touch him today. Duke Duan's thunder spear remained in a straight thrust position. Enough! Right at this moment, an extremely icy cold voice resounded, and it intimidated everyone to the point their ears buzzed. Everyone looked over and saw a figure walking out with a large number of people. It was the third prince. At this moment, Yun Yifan's expression was indifferent, but his heart was filled with endless fury. Everyone in the inner city knew that Mo Qianji was one of his men. However, Mo Qianji was ordered to kill Lin Ling but failed. Instead, Lin Ling killed his way into the inner city and forced him to kill Mo Qianji. This action was equivalent to slapping Yun Yifan's face in front of countless people. This Lin Ling had humiliated him time and time again, causing Yun Yifan's reputation in the inner city to plummet. Even his throne was affected. Greetings, third prince. Looking at Yun Yifan, the two dukes in the sky also stopped their attacks and began to exchange pleasantries. As the third prince, Yun Yifan should have the proper etiquette. As the four dukes, they would not neglect it. Otherwise, they would become the subject of ridicule. Yun Yifan did not look at Duan Duan and Yun Yifan. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. The entire Cloud Sea City was in turmoil because of Lin Ling alone. He knew very well that Lin Ling's sword was pointed at him from afar. He was simply too audacious. Lin Ling, how should you be punished? Yun Yifan shouted with an overbearing aura. Today, no matter who protected Lin Ling, he would kill them all. Second brother, it's not good to make such a big fuss. Right at this moment, the second prince, Yunixuan, appeared. Obviously, at this critical moment as Lin Ling's superior, how could he not appear? Looking at the appearance of so many experts, the four dukes, the various princes, and the various forces in the inner city sighed inwardly. This Lin Ling stirred up such a terrifying storm. Making such a big fuss? It's Lin Ling who's making such a big fuss. As soon as he returned, he killed Du Nan and led an army into the inner city. He's ignoring the inner city's laws. Also, second brother, Lin Ling is one of your men, right? He colluded with the Snake Swamp Country and caused Sky Fragrance City's army of 300,000 to be defeated. Now that Sky Fragrance City has been breached, the South Sea is like an uninhabited land. Can you bear such a crime? Or did Lin Ling act according to your orders? Yun Yifan's voice shook the surroundings, and at the same time, he put a huge label on the second prince. Haha, third brother, your imagination is always so rich. The second prince, Yunixuan, laughed loudly. Currently, everyone thought that Lin Ling had colluded with the enemy. However, Lin Ling had just returned from Sky Fragrance City, and the news he brought was the real news. So he knew that not only did Sky Fragrance City not lose, it had won a great victory, and Lin Ling was the greatest aggressor. Laugh? You can still laugh? It seems like you, Yunixuan, have colluded with the Snake Swamp Country in order to obtain the Cloud Sea King's position. I, Yun Yifan, am here to tell you that even if you obtain the Cloud Sea King's position, I will never submit to you. Yun Yifan's voice was even louder. He wanted to use Lin Ling to collude with the enemy to establish his own kingly demeanor and gain the respect of everyone. The surrounding people had a slight change in expression. As members of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they naturally knew about the battle in Sky Fragrance City. However, they didn't expect that Lin Ling actually colluded with the enemy and caused Sky Fragrance City to lose. If such a grave crime was confirmed, then Lin Ling would definitely die, and no one would be able to save him. Coupled with the fact that the army had breached the inner city today, it was a crime on top of a crime. Even the second prince, Yunixuan, wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. For a moment, the entire Cloud Sea City was in a heated discussion. Lin Ling, you unyielding phosphorescence. You committed such a grave crime and even killed your way into the inner city, forcing this king to hand you over. You have guts, but what else do you have to say now? Sensing the silence in the surroundings, Yun Yifan spoke coldly again. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and wanted to know what else Lin Ling had to say. If everything was like what the third prince said, then Lin Ling's entire clan had to be executed. Third prince, you said that I colluded with the enemy. I wonder where you got the information? In the silence, Lin Ling let out a cold laugh and spoke slowly. Chapter 283. Questioning Mo Qianji walked out. He looked at Lin Ling and sneered. Lin Ling, since things have come to this, why are you still so stubborn? I was ordered to go to Sky Fragrance to assist. Unfortunately, old General Zhang was stubborn and did not listen to my advice. He wanted the army to clash with the Snake Swamp Kingdom, which led to their defeat. And you have already colluded with the Snake Swamp Kingdom and bewitched old General Zhang, which led to the tragedy of Sky Fragrance. Lin Ling, is your heart cold? Are the millions of citizens of Tianxiang Kingdom ants in your eyes? He spoke righteously and even shed tears at the end, as if he was unwilling to accept the fate of the soldiers who had died in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, many people's gazes hardened as they looked at Lin Ling again. Good acting. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery. Despicable. Scoundrel. It was Mo Qianji who went to Sky Fragrance and put on airs, ordering the army to clash with the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Now he was slandering Zhang Sanshan. Laughing? Lin Ling, you are really hopeless. 300,000 people died in battle, and the South Sea is about to be plunged into misery and suffering. You can still laugh. Seeing Lin Ling laughing mockingly, Mo Qianji spoke coldly. When he left, Sky Fragrance's entire army was mobilized to fight with the Snake Swamp Kingdom. However, he guessed that Sky Fragrance would definitely lose, so he was extremely confident now. I am laughing at your ignorance and shamelessness. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, you said that Sky Fragrance was defeated. Did you see it? Did you participate in the battle? Did you face it personally? Me? Mo Qianji was speechless. He had already escaped, so how could he have seen it? Since you don't have anything to say, then I'll say it for you. You, Mo Qianji, came here on behalf of the third prince. During the final battle in Tianxiang City, you were afraid of being implicated and ran away in advance. Therefore, you didn't even see the final result. You and General Zhang made a military pledge that if I captured the Snake Swamp Kingdom's military advisor, you would bring your head to me. However, as a general, you violated the military pledge and escaped in advance. Mo Qianji, oh Mo Qianji, the ever-victorious military advisor, how could you be so shameless? Or are you the same as your master, the kind of person who goes back on his words and is afraid of death? Lin Ling's words were like a thunderclap that caused the entire city to fall deathly silent. For a moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. It seemed that things were not as they had imagined. You're talking nonsense. The heavenly fragrance ancient city has been defeated. Mo Qianji's expression changed as he spoke anxiously. Deputy Chen, come out. Lin Ling shouted. Behind him, a middle-aged man slowly walked out. He looked at Mo Qianji with a mocking expression. General Mo, do you still remember me? You are? Mo Qianji asked doubtfully. I am General Zhang Sanshan's deputy. The middle-aged man's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. He then said coldly, defeated? As a member of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, does General Mo wish for the Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City to be defeated? Sorry to disappoint you. The Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City has won a great victory. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army of 500,000 has been defeated and has fled back to the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Sigh. Great victory? Sigh. The people in the distance were all shocked. The result of the battle was actually a great victory? What was going on? You're talking nonsense? How could an army of 300,000 be a match for an army of 500,000? Mo Qianji's heart was a little uneasy. Then may I ask, are you qualified to speak, or am I qualified to speak? You're just a deserter. Did you personally witness the outcome of the battle? The middle-aged man laughed softly. Many people nodded. They mostly believed the middle-aged man because he was General Zhang Sanshan's deputy. Mo Qianji, on the other hand, was a little shameless. He fled before the battle was over. Everything was based on guesses. Who would believe his words? However, how did an army of 300,000 win against an army of 500,000? The middle-aged man seemed to know the doubts of everyone in the city. He looked at Lin Ling with a respectful expression. The Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City's army of 300,000 was in a confrontation with the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army of 500,000. The Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City was at a disadvantage. After General Lin arrived, he resolved the most crucial battle in the southeast of the ancient city, and won the initial battle. He then went to the enemy camp alone and captured the Snake Swamp Kingdom's military advisor alive, causing the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army of 500,000 to be in a leaderless state. After that, General Lin was pursued by an army of 500,000. He killed the 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom by himself. One man, one sword, and he conquered the world. The morale of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army was in chaos and was finally swallowed by my Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City's army of 300,000. In the entire battle, General Lin was the absolute hero. However, when he returned to the Cloud Sea City, all of you who are just standing there and talking slandered him for colluding with the enemy. Laughable, lamentable, and shameful. Do you still have any shame? The middle-aged man's voice was getting louder and louder, intimidating everyone into silence. Lin Ling hadn't colluded with the enemy, and he was a true hero. As for the middle-aged man's ridicule, they had no words to object to it. Because he'd protected the border, shed sweat and blood, and fought with his life on the line, yet they'd hidden in the city and enjoyed their lives. So did they have the face to speak? Most importantly, Lin Ling had rendered meritorious service, but he'd become a sinner upon returning to the city, and he'd even been slandered by the third prince for colluding with the enemy. This kind of treatment was simply a huge mockery. For a time, the entire inner city of the city was deathly silent. Numerous gazes descended onto the handsome young man, and then they gazed at the third prince with gazes of ridicule. How could this have happened? On the other hand, the third prince had an extremely gloomy expression on his face, and then he spoke indifferently, since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. Everyone disperse. Wait. Right at this moment, Lin Ling's icy cold voice resounded. Your Majesty, do you intend to leave without apologizing? Apologize? Lin Ling, do you know what you're saying? The third prince's face became icy cold. This Lin Ling actually wanted him to apologize in front of countless people. What a joke. I know. But I want to ask you, what did your third prince do during the battle at Sky Fragrant City? Let me ask you again, who did you send to help? I'll ask you one last time. How did you treat the meritorious service of the battle at Sky Fragrant City? Lin Ling spoke word by word with an overbearing aura. Lin Ling, you. The third prince's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was forcing him, the third prince. You have nothing to say, right? Then I'll say it for you. His Majesty, the third prince, sent 100 men to assist in the battle at Sky Fragrance City. And those 100 men were led by a military advisor who only knows how to talk and not do. They're incompetent, cowardly, and a bunch of trash. Lastly, the third prince wants to suppress and kill the meritorious service of the battle at Sky Fragrance City. This is the third prince, who has the aura of an emperor. If he becomes the king of the Cloud Sea in the future, then all the meritorious service under him will become ghosts under his blade. Lin Ling spoke coldly, and his words caused everyone's expression to change. Some of the neutral forces began to hesitate, and some of the forces that had intended to join the third prince's camp felt a chill in their hearts. They would accompany the third prince to conquer the world, but they would become ghosts under his blade in the future. Chapter 284. Chapter 284 Apologies. Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. The third prince roared angrily, his prestige plummeting once again. Not only is he heartless, he's even more incompetent. Lin Ling was fearless. He coldly spoke again, pointing his sword at Yun Yifan. A team of 100? Only you can think of that. Do you think that 100 people can change the battlefield? Do you think that this trash Mo Qianji can win the war? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The military advisor is incompetent, and the master is also incompetent. His voice was thick with ridicule, causing many people to fall silent. However, the third prince's actions were indeed unsightly. Lin Ling. His Majesty the third prince's eyes flashed with killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people present and Lin Ling was the hero of this great victory, he really would have killed this young man. This young man was humiliating him in front of everyone. However, it's not the first time that I've seen your incompetence, so I'm not surprised. Today, I've come here under General Zhang's order. General Zhang's order has been fulfilled. I asked the third prince to hand over Mo Qianji, and also asked the high and mighty third prince to apologize. Lin Ling took a step forward. His slender body exuded a powerful aura as he closed in on the third prince. Lin Ling, are you forcing this king's hand? What if I don't hand it over? What if I don't apologize? His Majesty the third prince's voice was low. Who was he? That was the third prince, a member of the imperial family that was merely inferior to the crown prince in the entire city. And who was Lin Ling? He was just a lowly peasant from the countryside. But now, such a nobody was humiliating the third prince over and over again. If I want you to hand it over, you have to hand it over. Lin Ling took another step forward, and his aura became even stronger. That day, he'd gone against the third prince in public. Today, he didn't just intend to go against the third prince. He even intended to force the third prince to admit his mistake. One had to know that the third prince had wanted Lin Ling's life 3 times. The first time, when the era changed, the third prince ordered Dunan to lead an army to wipe out the Fire Ancient clan. The second time, he let Jiang Wu control Lin Ling. The third time was not long ago. He had used the crime of colluding with the enemy to wipe out the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others how they treated him. Therefore, even if it was the third prince, Lin Ling was not afraid. You've got guts. His Majesty the third prince found it difficult to breathe. His eyes were bloodshot. This was the first time in his life that he had been forced into such a difficult situation. Today, if he didn't hand over Mo Qianji, it would be hard for him to convince the public. After all, Lin Ling was the hero who had saved the Sky Fragrant City. On the other hand, Mo Qianji had made a military order but ran away halfway, going back on his word. If Yun Yifan wanted to force Mo Qianji to stay, then he would have to bear the infamy of not being able to distinguish right from wrong. Mo Qianji, admit your guilt. His Majesty the third prince said coldly. He turned around and left. At this moment his heart trembled violently. Apologize. Seeing that the third prince was about to turn around and leave, Lin Ling shouted once again. His Majesty the third prince stopped in his tracks. His face was ferocious. His gaze swept across the densely packed crowd, and his heart was in a daze. Apologize. At the same time, the 50,000 soldiers of the Fire Legion shouted in unison. This intimidated the inner city and caused it to tremble. This was a powerful momentum to force the third prince to abdicate. They wanted to force the high and mighty third prince to lower his head. His Majesty the third prince's face changed drastically. In the end, he said in a low voice, Commander Lin, I misunderstood your crime of colluding with the enemy and almost caused a huge mistake. Now I apologize to you in front of Yunhai City. The emperor who commits a crime is punished the same as the people. Your Majesty the third prince, your voice is too soft. Lin Ling shouted. Silence. Everyone in Yunhai City had a solemn expression. His Majesty the third prince had apologized. In front of everyone in Yunhai City, he had apologized to Lin Ling. Such a thing was extremely surreal. However, Lin Ling did not give up. He still fought for his dignity and fought for the dignity that he had lost. Such courage, such arrogance, made people have no choice but to respect him. It could be said that after today's incident, His Majesty the third prince's reputation had been greatly reduced. He was probably even inferior to the second prince. His Majesty the third prince's face alternated between green and red. He took a deep breath and said, Commander Lin, I was wrong. I apologize to you. This sentence was brewed with spiritual energy and spread throughout the entire Yunhai city. Take Imo Qianji and retreat. After the apology was said, Lin Ling said indifferently. Then the 50,000 soldiers left in a grandiose manner. As for the third prince, he looked at that majestic figure. His heart ached as if it was dripping blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Your Majesty, save me. Imo Qianji was tied up and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, he only received a cold gaze in return. He thought that he had the third prince as his backer so he could do whatever he wanted. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would force his master to the point that he had difficulty breathing. His backer was simply a joke. At this moment no one could save him. Even the third prince could not save himself. Everyone in Yunhai City looked at him with ridicule and disdain. This Lin Ling is getting more and more powerful. Wang Haiwang looked coldly at Lin Ling. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. He knew that the third prince had gone for wool and come home shorn. His reputation had taken a huge hit today. The people in the city also left one after another. However, there was no doubt that huge waves surged in their hearts. Moreover, the hearts of the various inherited families, the four kings, and the various princes were also surging. They knew that the situation in Yunhai City had quietly changed. The second prince, who had always been hopeless, had risen. And the reason was because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was currently the strongest martial artist in force below the four kings. He had stepped into the ranks of the 100 generals in a single step. He had the huge potential to influence the fate of Yunhai King. In the inner city of Yunhai City, the waters were as deep as the ocean. Previously, the four kings ruled the world. Behind them, the various princes were eager to make a move. There were also 3 pillars. At the same time, there was also the backbone, the general of the 100 armies. Lin Ling was now the general of the 100 armies. His status was only below the 4 kings. Some of the princes who were hiding in the dark were jealous of the second prince. With a strong general like Lin Ling, his chances of becoming the king had increased by 30%. Lin Ling, well done. In the mansion, everyone gathered. The second prince looked at Lin Ling and praised. He did not put on the airs of an emperor when facing Lin Ling. He purely addressed him as a brother. Good job, Commander Lin. Duan Wangya also raised his wine cup and said to the youth in admiration. He sighed in his heart. When he recommended Lin Ling to the second prince, he knew that the youth's future was limitless. However, he had never imagined that the youth's growth would exceed his expectations and be faster than expected. The youth had already gained a firm foothold in Yunhai City. On the other hand, the second prince's reputation had risen greatly because of Lin Ling, and it had surpassed the third prince in one fell swoop. This Lin Ling was really not simple. He was able to accomplish such a feat on his own. Congratulations, Commander Lin. It looks like from today onwards I should address you as a general. Everyone congratulated the second prince, and their gazes towards the youth were filled with reverence. Chapter 285. The General of an Army. Everyone, you're too polite, Lin Ling said with a smile as he held his wine cup. What he did was to avoid being suppressed by the third prince. The third prince had bullied him time and time again. Everything that happened today was his own fault. Moreover, the grudge between him and the third prince had yet to be resolved. He had tried to kill Lin Ling 3 times. How could an apology end all grudges? Lin Ling, you defeated the top scholar in both civil and military affairs, and led an army to defend the heavenly fragrance city. Now you have enough strength to become a general of 100 armies. The second prince said after drinking a mouthful of wine. General of 100 armies? Lin Ling was slightly puzzled. Right, the current inner city of Ocean of Cloud City is as deep as the ocean. Besides us princes, there are the 4 kings, the 3 pillars, the Empress Dowager, the Grand Preceptor, and so on. Finally, there are the generals of the army. The generals of the army are a force that can't be underestimated in the city. Even Zhang Sanshan is one of them. King Duan continued. To be able to become a general of 100 armies, every single one of them was a top-notch expert. Their status was only below the 4 kings. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that he was only the number 1 expert of the younger generation. However, some great generals had deep foundations and were powerful. Currently, he had only just stepped into the circle of great generals. Ocean of Cloud City really is like an ocean. However, Lin Ling was confident. After all, he had been in the inner city for less than a year, and he had already defeated experts of the same age. Therefore, he could also surpass the general of 100 armies. Third brother has suffered a great loss this time. I think he won't dare to be too arrogant in the future. Come everyone, let's drink. Today is Lin Ling's celebration banquet. The second prince said again. Everyone raised their glasses. The night was deep like an ocean, and the estate was bustling and clamorous. Compared to this, Ocean of Cloud City seemed to be quite quiet. Third brother has suffered a great loss, and his reputation has fallen. Many forces and generals have lost confidence in him. In a secluded mountain range, a bare-chested young man spoke to himself. His body was tall and sturdy, revealing his well-defined muscles. It was as if he was hiding a true dragon. His long hair was scattered and casually draped over his shoulders, adding a demonic aura to his handsome face. Your Majesty, that Lin Ling has completely risen. I'm afraid he's become the general of 100 armies. A seductive woman stood quietly at the side, holding the young man's golden robe in her hands. Then what is his strength? The young man asked indifferently. It's said that he's at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. The woman said. With such strength, he can barely become a general of 100 armies. You have to know that even the weakest general of 100 armies is in the mid-Earth Spirit realm, and many of the geniuses are in the Sky Spirit realm. As long as his strength takes another step forward, he'll have the qualifications to become one of the 4 kings. This Lin Ling is still far from that. The young man shook his head. However, Lin Ling is only 18 years old now. He's the youngest general of 100 armies in the history of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The woman continued. He has some potential. His potential is even greater than his father, Lin Chun. He did what his father didn't do back then, but that's all there is to it. As a country kid from the outer city, his current achievements are probably his limit. The young man looked at the mountain range behind him. Rumble. In the mountain range, a terrifying waterfall gushed down. True Dragon Fist. The young man yelled out and blasted out a fist. The giant waterfall was blasted apart, and the water flowed backward. Ocean of Cloud City isn't as simple as it seems. It's difficult for him to rise. However, the members of the Fire Ancient clan are all fated with my Ocean of Clouds empire. His father died from infamy in order to help me succeed. and I established the demeanor of a king. His son is the same, but third brother obviously failed when he wanted to establish the demeanor of a king. Ha ha ha. His laughter shook the heavens. He was the crown prince, a natural ruler who carried the aura of a king since he was young. To him, Lin Ling was like an ant that he couldn't care less about. However, Lin Ling had helped him suppress the third prince, and this made him feel slightly satisfied. Perhaps this was the value of an ant's existence. Lin Ling? I've never heard of this name, but he dared to suppress the third prince. This young man is really formidable. In the bustling streets of Ocean of Cloud City, an old man drank tea and spoke quietly. His eyes flickered like stars, and the passers-by who walked past him completely treated him as an ordinary old man. Lin Ling? Does he have the qualifications to become the general of an army? He's simply a disgrace to us generals. It's said that this kid isn't even 18 years old. Haha, what a mockery to us generals. Back then I killed millions of people and barely became a general. He's just a junior in the Earth Spirit realm. What qualifications does he have to be arrogant? In every corner, the powerful generals snorted coldly in their hearts. Obviously, they were dissatisfied with the rise of an alien star that had entered their ranks. At this moment, Lin Ling naturally didn't care about the thoughts of the outside world. He was already in a state of cultivation. He was currently in the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm, had comprehended two great concepts of fire, and possessed the strongest fire art of the generation, prairie blazing flames. According to his guesses, he didn't fear anyone unless they were in the sky spirit realm. However, his goal was too strong, so his current strength wasn't enough for him to be proud of. I wonder if I can open a new page in the blazing flames art? Lin Ling took out the ancient stone book and poured his spirit chi into it. However, the ancient stone book remained unmoved, and a new page still couldn't be opened. It was obvious that Lin Ling wanted to find a new method to rebirth flames, but his strength still hadn't reached the required level. Perhaps only by reaching the peak of the Earth Spirit realm would he be able to easily open a new page. A silent night passed, and Lin Ling opened his eyes at dawn. A night of cultivation hadn't allowed his cultivation to progress much, but the realm he'd just broken through had gradually stabilized. He pushed open the door and walked out. Laughter continuously rang out from the manor's garden. Forefather Tien and the others had returned to the outer city, while Yu and the others had stayed behind to take care of Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling's Flame Legion, Tian Xiaoman had taken them away. However, Lin Ling was afraid that something would happen to the Fire Ancient clan again, so he'd let the Flame Legion stay in the Ancient clan. Looking ahead, it seemed that the three girls were discussing how to plant flowers. They'd already made Lin Ling's manor their home. The harmonious and joyful scene made Lin Ling smile faintly. No matter how much he fought outside, he felt relaxed at home. No matter how tired he was, as long as he thought of his family at home, he would resolutely continue to fight and never fall. Sister Xiaolan, this is the night orchid of the Great Prairie. Can we plant it here? But we can also plant some heavenly red roses here. The flowers you two planted aren't bad, but the formation you set up isn't good. This side should be set up like this, and the other side should set up a 9-palace formation. This way, the layout will be even better. What surprised Lin Ling was that Yu and Qin Xiaolin liked to plant flowers. This was very normal, but the heavenly concubine, the high and mighty strategist, also liked to plant flowers like ordinary girls. Chapter 286. Yunshin of the past, eh? Brother Ling, you're awake? Suddenly Yu saw Lin Ling and couldn't help smiling in pleasant surprise. Lin Ling also responded with a smile. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup for the three little beauties. At the same time he said, "With you guys here, it looks even cleaner and tidier." Haha. Yu and Qin Xiaolin looked at each other with faint smiles on their faces. Seeing the sweat on their delicate faces, Lin Ling took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat off the two women. Of these two girls, one was Lin Ling's little sister who grew up with him, and the other was his confidant who saved Lin Ling's life and traveled far and wide to find Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling cherished them very much. The heavenly concubine was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why, but the scene in front of her left her in a daze. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful and warm scene in her life. Under the sunlight, the youth revealed a faint smile. His slender body stood there and he gently wiped away the sweat on the two girls' faces. This kind of warmth and sweetness made the heavenly concubine feel a trace of jealousy. What's with your expression? They are all my family, so I naturally have to care about them. Don't tell me you also want me to wipe your sweat? Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. What are you talking about? I don't need your help. The heavenly concubine's pretty face instantly turned cold as she coldly snorted. Lin Ling shrugged. Whatever. For some reason, that indifferent attitude made the heavenly concubine feel very displeased, especially when she thought of the youth's recklessness when he saved her. Her heart burned with anger. He didn't even let her wear clothes and just used a curtain to wrap her up. Could it be that he didn't know how to be a bit protective of the fairer sex? Thinking of this, she suddenly recalled the time when Lin Ling carried her on his back. That feeling of skin on skin made her body go soft and her pretty face blushed. Big sister heavenly concubine, why are you suddenly blushing? Yu looked at heavenly concubine and suddenly said, Ah! The heavenly concubine exclaimed, and her face turned even redder. Then she changed the topic. Lin Ling, you said that you would escort me to Cloudsea City, and you fulfilled your promise. However, I never expected you to be a member of the Fire Ancient clan. Can I make a request of you? All right. But as a condition you have to stay behind and provide guidance to my Flame Corps, and you'll make it a top-rate army in the city. As for Tian Xiaoman, you have to place emphasis on fostering her, and allow her to be able to hold her own. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. You profiteer, you never suffer a loss. The heavenly concubine couldn't help but say with disdain. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Ling shamelessly smiled, causing the heavenly concubine to grit her teeth. However, she then said, I want to find Lin Chun of the Fire Ancient clan. Yu and Qin Xiaolan's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. They fell silent. Lin Ling's expression became serious. Why are you looking for him? That is my business. I just want to ask you to help me find him. The heavenly concubine spoke indifferently, but her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. I'm sorry, but you can't find him anymore. He has already left. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and spoke softly. What? The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes narrowed and was in disbelief. When Lin Ling saw that she wasn't joking, he continued. He has already been dead for many years. Back then, he fell in love with a foreigner and became a sinner of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the end, he was forced to death by the Crown Prince. When he spoke, his entire body was emitting an ice-cold killing intent. That killing intent was so strong that it caused the heavenly concubine to shiver. It was as though she saw a death god from hell. Lin Ling, he is my father. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he raised his head to look at the sky. There seemed to be a man he had never seen before, and he was looking at him with doting eyes. That was his father. You are her son? The heavenly concubine's heart was in turmoil. She never expected that this youth was actually her senior sister's son. Can you bring me to see him? Even if I don't know him, I would like to pay my respects to him on behalf of someone else for a certain reason. The heavenly concubine pondered for a moment and spoke. Lin Ling looked at the heavenly concubine quietly and was puzzled. He didn't understand why the heavenly concubine knew his father. After all, the heavenly concubine wasn't even from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, when he saw the heavenly concubine's clear eyes that were filled with determination, he finally nodded. All right, since I haven't paid my respects for a long time, let's go together. After leaving the residence, Lin Ling brought the girls out of the city. General Lin, please wait. At this moment, a one-armed young man walked over quickly and saluted Lin Ling with his hands cupped together. You are? Lin Ling frowned and asked with doubt. That one-armed youth raised his head and smiled bitterly. I am Yi Tianchen. I wonder if General Lin still remembers me? It's you. Lin Ling nodded in realization. He naturally knew this youth. He was a prodigy that was ranked just below the martial scholar. After losing to the martial scholar, he saw Lin Ling because he was enraged and made a move on Lin Ling. In the end, he lost to Lin Ling. That's me. Yi Tianchen smiled bitterly. His arm was severed by Lin Ling. That day, He was so arrogant that he didn't consider anything and thought that only the martial scholar was a match for him among all the prodigies in the Cloud Sea City. After that, he kicked an iron plate as Lin Ling defeated him. In the following days, he was very unresigned. However, when he heard the shocking news in the Cloud Sea City that the martial scholar was also defeated by Lin Ling, how could he still be unresigned? Lin Ling was much stronger than him, and had even become the youngest general of 100 armies. He had no choice but to be unresigned. The laughable thing was that he was young and arrogant back then and actually challenged such a legend. Kiki, we can be considered to have become friends after exchanging blows. Alright, is there anything? Lin Ling smiled and asked. That's great. Yi Tianchen heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Lin Ling had severed his arm, he knew that Lin Ling had spared his life. If it was someone else, perhaps he wouldn't have severed his arm but would have killed him on the spot. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't step on him because he was stronger than him. This made him admire Lin Ling even more. It's like this. The end of the year is coming and Duke Duan has been ordered to inform you that you will be heading to Sovereign King Li's territory in 3 days for a general's trial. Yi Tianchen said respectfully. Lin Ling frowned slightly but still nodded. Alright, help me inform Duke Duan that I will be there. After that, they chatted as they walked. Through the conversation, Lin Ling found out that Yi Tianchen was currently serving Sovereign King Li, and Sovereign King Li was one of the 4 kings. He was one of the most low-key kings, but this time, he seemed to have chosen a side and was serving the second prince. This news surprised Lin Ling. It seemed like there were 2 kings supporting the second prince and his own master, He Yanshan. No wonder the second prince had surpassed the third prince. When did Sovereign King Li become the second prince's man? Lin Ling asked curiously. Chapter 287. General Luomei. Lin Ling froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. It seemed that the suppression of the third prince last time had caused great changes in the inner city. Yi Tianchan smiled. Sovereign King Li has always been a bystander, not joining any faction. But I've heard Sovereign King Li say that he has always been paying attention to you. After you suppressed the third prince, he finally decided to join a faction. Moreover, to be frank, Sovereign King Li did not choose the second prince but rather you. He thinks that you might be able to change the situation for King Yunhai and decide who will be the next king. Yi Tianchen's final words were extremely serious. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He shook his head and said, I naturally hope that the king of Cloud Sea will eventually belong to the second prince. However, Sovereign King Li has chosen me. He will be disappointed. My ambition is not in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Yi Tianchen's heart shuddered as he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He finally understood why he couldn't compare with Lin Ling. After all, his vision had always been on the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, while Lin Ling's goal had always been to surpass the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. The wider your heart is, the further your road will be. Compared to the heart of martial arts, Yi Tianchan found that he was far from it. The few of them passed through several streets. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Yi Tianchan, you can hide for now, but you can't hide forever. Today, I'll see if Sovereign King Li can still protect you. A pitch-black horse was approaching from afar on the street. It was a black dragon horse. According to legend, it possessed the bloodline of a half-dragon, and it was an extremely precious mount that possessed formidable strength. It merely took 5 days for it to travel from Ocean of Cloud City to Northern Ice City. The man on the horse was wearing armor, and under the sunlight, he looked like a god descending to the world. General Luomei. Looking at the man, Yi Tianchen's expression changed. Then he saw Lin Ling's puzzled look. He smiled bitterly and said, He is the general of the 100 armies, the weakest of the 108 great generals. He was also the martial arts champion 2 years ago. Thump! The black dragon horse stopped, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. The man's physique was tall and sturdy, but his appearance was handsome and full of masculinity. His domineering appearance made many people on the street secretly surprised. General Luomei, 25 years old, is the city lord of the Northern Ice Sky Iron City. He has 30,000 men under his command, and his strength is at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. He was already the martial arts champion 2 years ago. 2 years later, his strength will naturally be even stronger. Yi Tianchan? It seems like one of the current generation's geniuses is in trouble. Many people recognized the man and began to discuss among themselves. Last time my little brother fought with you and lost to you. Today, I am here to teach you a lesson on his behalf. Luo Mei arrogantly looked down at Yi Tianchan and said. Back then Yi Tianchan had risen up like a dazzling star. He had defeated countless geniuses, but in the end, he had lost to the martial scholar. Among the geniuses he had defeated was Luo Mei's little brother. The battle between geniuses is between the two of us. Your little brother lost to me, but you are standing up for him. Isn't this too shameless? Yi Tianchan frowned and said, I don't care. Anyway, you have defeated my little brother, so you will have to suffer my anger. Luo Mei coldly snorted. He was the city lord of Sky Iron City and a general of hundreds of troops. How could he allow others to be complacent? Since he dared to defeat his little brother, he would teach him a lesson in a domineering manner. You have already lost an arm, so I will break another one. He clamped his legs together and jumped up from the black dragon horse. His pitch-black fist smashed towards Yi Tianchan. Pop, pop, pop. The air was torn apart and the entire street shook. This punch was extraordinarily powerful. It was like a meteorite smashing down, containing the great concept of gold. Yi Tianchan's expression changed, but he did not want to drag Lin Ling and the others down. He pulled out the sword at his waist and threw it towards the fist. Crack! Just as the sword was swung out, it was immediately shattered by the surging power. The huge fist was aimed at Yi Tianchan's face. It seemed like Luo Mei not only wanted to break Yi Tianchan's arm, but also wanted to kill him. A general of hundreds of troops meant that he was the general of an army. He had authority that exceeded ordinary people. Even if he killed an enemy on the street, the Cloud Sea Empire would not punish him. Of course, the enemy's identity could not be very high, but it was clear that Yi Tianchan did not have a powerful identity. This fist will tell you that there are some people that you cannot provoke. In your next life, open your eyes wide. The huge fist was already in front of Yi Tianchan's eyes. At this moment, a fiery red figure appeared with a sword flashing. Third generation flame technique. Fire dance bright sun. Cha-cha-cha. Scorching blue flames burst out and sent the huge fist flying. Boom! The ground exploded at the same time, revealing a huge pit. This sword was very fast and very sharp. After it ended, the surroundings were silent. Yi Tianchan's eyes widened. He realized that he had been saved by luck. On the other side, Luo Mei's tall and sturdy figure appeared. His fist was black and there were 5 sword slashes on it. With a light flick of his hand, those sword slashes disappeared. The concept of fire interesting. It's a pity that your innate spirit body is weak. That blue flame, according to my evaluation, is at most a 6th grade talent. Luo Mei coldly said. His eyes were looking at the youth in front of Yi Tianchan. That youth's strength was not weak. In a battle between geniuses, victory and defeat are common. Why would you want to take someone's life after losing? The youth was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was holding his sword and lightly speaking. Although Yi Tianchan did not have a deep relationship with him, in order to not implicate him, he had fought against General Luo Mei alone. Yi Tianchan treated Lin Ling with sincerity, so if Lin Ling could help, he would not shrink back. Moreover, Yi Tianchan was currently the second prince's man. He could not let anything happen to Yi Tianchan. If your strength is inferior, then you deserve to die. Little brat, you dare to block me. Do you know who I am? Luo Mei's face was even colder. I have no interest in who you are. However, I agree with your words. If your strength is inferior, then you deserve to die. So, if I am stronger than you, then I can kill you? Lin Ling coldly laughed. Luo Mei's face was ferocious. He was a general of hundreds of armies, leading tens of thousands of troops. He was always full of dignity and arrogance. Today was the first time he was bullied. Yes, Luo Mei coldly nodded. He licked his lips and suddenly looked behind Lin Ling. If you die, the 3 girls behind you will belong to me. I will make them wish they were dead. Once these words were said, Lin Ling's face instantly turned cold. Boom! The brilliance resurgent sword suddenly erupted with flames. The blue flame disappeared and in its place was a dazzling white flame. Everyone on the street did not dare to look at the flame. It was too dazzling. Dual innate spiritual bodies. Interesting. This way I am even more interested in killing you. A genius with dual innate spiritual bodies is very rare. Killing a genius is something I am always happy to do. Looking at the sword, Luo Mei's face revealed a bloodthirsty smile. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to have ideas about my family, you can only die. Chapter 288. Dao Meng Third Generation Flame Art. Fire Dance of the Brilliant Sun. The white flames danced like fairies, blooming with dazzling light. Shadowless golden fist. Luo Mei's entire body was covered in resplendent golden light. Similarly, it was extremely dazzling. His entire fist turned a black gold color, like an indestructible siege cannon. At the same time, the entire street began to quake. How terrifying! As expected of General Luo Mei, the crowd around him sucked in a breath of cold air and moved away from the street. 2 years ago, during the martial scholar tournament, Luo Mei relied on this martial art to dominate the crowd. Later on, during the bandit extermination at the Haunted House Mountain, General Luo Mei single-handedly killed tens of thousands of bandits and became famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Who is that young man? You've got guts to actually choose to fight Luo Mei head-on. Not just anyone can challenge the general of an army. The crowd discussed animatedly. Even though Lin Ling had terrorized Ocean of Clouds City not too long ago, many had heard of his name but few had seen him. On the other hand, Luo Mei had become famous 2 years ago, so there were naturally even more people who knew him. Clang! At the same time, a deafening sound rang out in the street, and a powerful shockwave rippled out. Everyone looked carefully and saw a golden fist colliding with a white sword. They were evenly matched. You're just a so-so. Luo Mei narrowed her eyes and said lightly. On the other hand, Lin Ling's brows were slightly furrowed. The man in front of him was indeed very strong. Although he was only at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, he was even stronger than the middle stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivators Lin Ling had fought before. It was obvious that the golden innate spirit wasn't weak. It was absolutely at the 9th rank and had comprehended a great concept. However, although Luo Mei was strong, Lin Ling was not weak either. He had just not used his full strength before. You're just a so-so. A faint voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Boom! Flames suddenly erupted from his sword. Those were blue flames, and the two flames gradually merged, causing the sword to turn blue and white. What? The fusion of two innate spirit bodies. Luo Mei's pupils shrank. He could sense that the youth's aura had changed. The temperature of his flames had risen even higher. Moreover, both of his flames had been comprehended to the great concepts, and had even reached perfection. You guessed right. Unfortunately, it's too late. Lin Ling said indifferently, and the sword in his hand slashed down again. Whoosh! The sword beam was like a rainbow as it slashed across Luo Mei's arm. His golden arm was severed, and his powerful concept of metal was shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. After he slammed into the ground, his body began to burn with flames. General Luo Mei lost? The crowd was shocked. Previously, they had seen that the youth's flames were unable to burn Luo Mei. However, after the blue and white flames fused together, the power of the flames increased greatly. Luo Mei's concept of gold was unable to withstand the flames. You actually defeated me? Luo Mei fell to the ground and said with difficulty, Is it rare to defeat you? Lin Ling held his greatsword at an angle and walked towards Luo Mei like a monarch of swords. To him, he had nothing to fear as long as his opponent wasn't in the Sky Spirit realm. He hadn't even used his full strength to defeat Luo Mei. No matter what kind of innate spirit body Luo Mei had, or what kind of realm he was at, Lin Ling still had enough trump cards to kill him. Luo Mei is a general of an army, but Lin Ling defeated him. How strong! On the other hand, Yi Tianxin was at the back of the street. His heart was shaken. The reality before his eyes showed the gap between him and Lin Ling. Perhaps after losing to Lin Ling last time, he would never have the chance to kill Lin Ling again. Who the hell are you? Luo Mei roared angrily. When you came, you were high and mighty like an ever-victorious general. But after losing, you can't recognize yourself and instead ask for my name." Lin Ling ignored Luo Mei's words as killing intent surged out from his sword. "I have no interest in who you are, so you don't have the right to ask for my name." Lin Ling would never let anyone who dared to plot against his family off the hook. He's a general of an army. If you kill him, you won't be able to leave the city. At this moment, a man with long hair fluttering in the wind walked over from afar. He was drinking wine and carried a broadsword on his back. His body emanated an arrogant and domineering aura. "Brother Kuang Dao." Seeing the arrival of the man, Luo Mei instantly yelled out with pleasant surprise. That man was a martial scholar of a higher rank than him, and was stronger than him. He was at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm, and his weeping ghost saber was able to split a city. It was extremely terrifying. Back then they fought side by side and made a name for themselves in the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Hence they had a close relationship. Then why is he able to kill me? Lin Ling lifted his head and looked indifferently at the drinking man. That man gave him the feeling of a saber and seemed to be able to sense the concept of a saber. Furthermore, that man's aura was wild and domineering, which meant that his innate talent wasn't weak either. Because he is a general of an army and the backbone of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He is a general under the four kings and has the privilege to kill trash and lowly commoners. That long-haired man spoke coldly. He was just like his name, wild like a saber. A general of an army sounds very impressive, but what if I must kill him? Lin Ling's expression turned even more indifferent. "Haha, I am known as Kuang Dao. But I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than me. I haven't returned to the Cloud Sea City for 2 years. Is the Cloud Sea City filled with people as frivolous as you?" The long-haired man laughed loudly as though he was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. "If you dare to kill him, no matter who is behind you, you will die under my saber. I am a general of an army and the 82nd star. I don't even need to submit a report to kill you." After laughing loudly, the long-haired man's aura rippled out. His long hair fluttered while the saber behind him buzzed as though it wanted to drink blood. "Is that so?" Lin Ling nodded indifferently. Another general of an army. It seemed like the inner city of the Cloud Sea City was truly as deep as the sea. The circle of prodigies was just a circle of youths while the generals of an army were the backbone. Unfortunately, did Lin Ling need to fear him? Swish. The sword light flashed like the door that announced death. Plop. Luo Mei's head fell off while her entire body was burning with blue-white flames. He really dared to kill him. The entire street was deathly silent when they witnessed this scene, and everyone was shocked. Kuang Dao's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected that young man to be so decisive in attack just like that. Such strength was like a dream to him, and a formidable general of an army had died at the young man's hands. "You must die." Rumble. A formidable aura erupted while boundless light swept through the surroundings. The restaurants on both sides of the street were slashed into pieces, layer upon layer, and they were sliced apart like radishes. Moreover, Kuang Dao hadn't even attacked and had merely erupted with his aura. Such an imposing aura. As expected of a general of an army. "Kuang Dao, you've returned to the city with the other generals. Why are you causing destruction as soon as you return? Could it be that you've become fearless because King Yunhai has gone missing?" Right at this moment a loud shout resounded. Obviously, the commotion here had drawn the attention of the great powers of the city. A middle-aged man who seemed like a scholar walked over slowly. He had a handsome appearance, long hair that was tied behind his head, and there were white spots on his temples. He seemed like he'd experienced the vicissitudes of life, but his fierce eyes made him seem capable and experienced. Monarch Li. Chapter 289. Get lost. You're considered half a soldier of mine. Do you think that I can't take care of you after you leave my camp? Sovereign King Li's voice turned even colder. I don't dare. Dao Kuang bowed respectfully, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Among the four kings, Sovereign King Li was the most low-profile. He was usually in charge of nurturing the prodigies and generals. Hence, to many of the generals, Sovereign King Li was like half a teacher to them. Of course, training was training, but there weren't many who truly treated Sovereign King Li as a teacher. All the generals groomed by Sovereign King Li had the ambition to surpass the four kings. Hence, after a round of training, they turned their backs on Sovereign King Li and didn't have any gratitude towards him. Of course, Sovereign King Li knew this as well, but he didn't care. He continued to follow the instructions of the previous emperor and continued to nurture the prodigies of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. My lord, that youth killed a general in front of everyone. He violated the laws of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and looked down on the imperial authority. I just couldn't stand it and wanted to protect the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prestige. Dao Kuang bowed and said indifferently. He was a general of 100 armies, but he was also under one of the four kings, Wang Hai Wang. Hence, after calming down, his voice turned cold and wasn't as respectful as before. Sovereign King Li didn't mind and said indifferently, "Then do you know who he is?" In fact, many people on the streets were curious about this question. That youth was so strong that he could kill General Luo Mei. Who was he? Dao Kuang frowned and looked at Lin Ling. He then looked at Sovereign King Li and asked, "Who is he?" The current #1 martial scholar and the hero of the battle in Sky Fragrance City. He was appointed as the new general of the 100 armies by the Cloud Sea Empire, Lin Ling. Sovereign King Li looked at Lin Ling and said, revealing a friendly smile, "What? He's Lin Ling?" Dao Kuang's eyes narrowed in disbelief. As of now, everyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom knew of the name Lin Ling. During this period of time, his reputation was like the sun in the midday sky, and the speed of his rise made the older generation of generals jealous. But he, Kuang Dao, did not expect that the youth was Lin Ling. He also did not expect that this Lin Ling was even younger than he imagined. He was probably only 18 years old. Crazy Blade, what a crazy name. Do you have anything to say now? Lin Ling looked at Dao Kuang and said calmly, "Consider yourself lucky. Since Sovereign King Li is here today, I shall spare your life." Dao Kuang's face turned ugly, but he sneered, "Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you dared to go against His Majesty the Third Prince. Humph, that was because His Majesty the Third Prince had scruples about his status and didn't want to attack you. However, us generals don't have such scruples. You've said so much. Why don't you attack?" Lin Ling chuckled disdainfully. "Didn't you say you would kill me no matter who was behind me?" Why was he admitting defeat now? "Aren't you a proud general of the army? I am just a trash and a lowly commoner in your mouth. Why don't you dare to kill me now? Don't you dare to uphold the laws of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom?" Sigh. His voice echoed out, causing many people on the street to narrow their eyes. This was also the first time they saw Lin Ling, but he was just like his name. He was as sharp as a sword, frivolous and arrogant. He forced the older generation's general of the army, Dao Kuang, to be speechless. "Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. You are just a newly risen general of the army." Dao Kuang gritted his teeth. Lin Ling mocked and humiliated him in front of everyone, causing him to feel extremely humiliated. "I am arrogant. What can you do to me?" Sigh. Lin Ling spoke coldly again. After Dao Kuang arrived, he put on the airs of a general of the army and wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Now, he even had the nerve to say that Lin Ling was arrogant. However, there was no need to reason with such a person. Since Dao Kuang thought that Lin Ling was arrogant, then Lin Ling would suppress him with arrogance. "The general of the army has the privilege to kill trash and trash. I killed Luo Mei. If you are not convinced, you can go to the Cloud Sea Empire and report me. Let the Empire send someone to punish me. A pity that you don't dare to go. Luo Mei is just a trash. If he dies, then he dies." Lin Ling snorted again. He was also a general of the army, and killing Luo Mei wasn't a crime. After all, Luo Mei was the one who started it. Hence, if Luo Mei died, he could only say that he was a trash. "You called him trash and trash. Trash." Dao Kuang's breathing became heavy. How could he not know that Lin Ling was mocking Luo Mei for being weak? Luo Mei had fought side by side with him in the past and had a deep relationship with him. Today he died in the hands of this young man, but he couldn't take revenge. He could only be angry. Previously, he thought that his status was high and wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was also a general of the army. His status wasn't lower than his. If His Highness wasn't here, I would have fought with you. A fight to the death. Dao Kuang took a deep breath and said with a murderous aura. Swoosh. Lin Ling raised his resurgent sword and pointed it at Dao Kuang. I accept your challenge. Come at me now. His aura spread out. It was like fire, ferocious like heavenly fire, and cold like black ice. The billowing murderous aura spread out, causing many people in the distant street to gasp. Cold. They felt their whole bodies turn cold. The young man had been hiding his aura, causing people to think that he was just an ordinary person. However, who knew that the murderous aura would be so strong after he revealed it? He was obviously not a flower in a greenhouse. They didn't know that when Lin Ling killed the army of the Ophidian Kingdom in Sky Fragrance City, he fought Tianya alone with one sword. The murderous aura was not weaker than any generals. In fact, it was stronger than many generals. What a strong battle intent. Dao Kuang's expression changed. The young man's aura made him feel like he was in a volcano. Could it be that the young man had been hiding his strength when he fought Luo Mei? Was this the young man's full strength? His heart was in a daze. He didn't know why, but he didn't dare to accept the challenge. You said that Sovereign King Li didn't kill me because he was here. Am I not the same? Scram. A low voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing a drop of sweat to drip down Dao Kuang's forehead. He was still in shock. He was in the late stage of the earthly spirit realm, while Lin Ling was only in the mid-stage. However, he was shocked by Lin Ling's aura. Could it be that Lin Ling was stronger than him? You're lucky. Dao Kuang only wanted to leave this place, so he said this forcefully. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft and his aura was too weak. Everyone could see that he was trying to show off. In reality, his battle intent and aura were already weak. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he left with a sullen anger. Amazing Lin Ling. I've nurtured countless rising stars, but this is the first time I've seen someone with your achievements. After Dao Kuang left, Sovereign King Li looked at Lin Ling with admiration. This young man had talent, strength, and accumulated battle achievements. He was so perfect that no one could say anything. Most importantly, this young man was extremely low-key. He never became arrogant because of what he had. He only revealed his terrifying aura when the enemy forced him. This was a good seedling. I'm Lin Ling. Greetings to Sovereign King Li. Chapter 290. No need for such formalities. If you don't mind, you can just call me Big Brother Li. Sovereign King Li smiled. Among the four kings, he was the one with the least airs and was extremely approachable. His attitude left a good impression on Lin Ling. He smiled and said, Lin Ling greets Big Brother Li. That's right. We're all in the same camp. No need for formalities. Sovereign King Li laughed and led Lin Ling and the rest down the street. The street remained silent. After a long time, the onlookers sighed. Lin Ling was stronger than they had imagined. Although he was young, he already had everything that a general of 100 armies should have. No wonder this young man was the most dazzling star in the world. Lin Ling, I won't hide it from you. The reason I joined the second prince is because of you. Along the way, Sovereign King Li smiled and said to Lin Ling, Big Brother Li is too kind to Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head politely. Sovereign King Li was sincere to him. Naturally, he would treat him with the same. You are just as humble as King Duan said. Sovereign King Li chuckled again. In fact, I didn't think highly of the second prince at first. I always felt that he didn't have the temperament of an emperor. However, ever since you joined the second prince's camp, the second prince's forces have been rising rapidly like a dark horse. You must know that in the eyes of many of us, you have the temperament of an emperor more than the second prince. Sovereign King Li was calm and said what he thought without hesitation. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Such words couldn't be spouted so casually. Based on his experiences in the previous world, such words could easily lead to conflicts. However, Sovereign King Li was a straightforward person. Evidently, he didn't have any ulterior motives behind his words. As for him having more of the qualities of an emperor than the second prince, if anyone else heard this, they would be happy and proud. But Lin Ling was indifferent. He didn't care at all. After all, his target wasn't just the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He didn't even bother about a mere emperor's seat. Big Brother Li's words are too serious. However, my ambition does not lie in this. Although the position of the emperor can be changed with a flip of the hand, in the end, it cannot escape the shackles of heaven and earth. What freedom is there to speak of? Only by transcending the shackles of heaven and earth can one be a true emperor. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Li Junwang stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He had not expected this young man to be able to think so far ahead at such a young age. Good. I don't know why, but I believe in my foresight more and more. Your future is limitless. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom might not be able to accommodate you, but your decision will definitely affect the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Sovereign King Li laughed out loud. Then he sighed. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Everyone is drunk, but you are the only one who is sober. Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Suddenly, he remembered a poem he had heard in his previous life. He recited it faintly. The winds and clouds of the world come from our generation. As soon as he entered the Jianghu, time passed quickly. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. Sovereign King Li's eyes narrowed as though he had seen through something in his heart. His body shook as he looked at Lin Ling again. The youth beside him had a calm expression and deep eyes. However, his body was emitting an indescribable aura presence. Behind him, the heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flashed as well. Her heart was surging with huge waves. She was finally certain that the strange star that she couldn't see through was probably this son of Lin Chan. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. How heroic, how free and easy is that? The heavenly concubine's heart was shocked. This statement clearly stated Lin Ling's martial Dao heart. It also stated Lin Ling's goal. He didn't want to be an emperor or to conquer thousands of people. He wanted to wander around the world freely and surpass this world. The student surpasses the master. Amazing. Big Brother Li actually benefited greatly from our conversation today. After a long time, Sovereign King Li sighed. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. In a few days, Duke Duan and I will start the path of the General Star on Mount War God. Lin Ling, you should be participating, right? To put it bluntly, it is a form of training to improve one's strength. Basically, every general in Heaven Mystics Nation has once walked this path. Mount War God? Lin Ling pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. His strength was currently stuck at a bottleneck, and he wanted to use some bitter cultivation to raise his strength. The two of them chatted for a while more before Lin Ling led the heavenly concubine and the others out of the inner city. The outer city had regained its peace. Lin Ling and the others walked along the streets. Everywhere they passed, many people looked at them with reverence. Not long ago, Lin Ling had led an army to sweep through the Zhang clan and the ancient Zhang clan, and he'd slaughtered his way into the inner city. Now news of this had spread like wildfire in the outer city, and they had no doubt that Lin Ling was the first person in the history of the outer city to accomplish such a magnificent feat. The reverent gazes on the streets made Lin Ling smile helplessly. He wasn't used to the feeling of being in the spotlight. If he had a choice, he would hope that the people in the outer city would act as usual. General. When they arrived at the Fire Ancient clan, they shouted respectfully. It was the Flame Corps. They were Lin Ling's subordinates. Therefore, Lin Ling returned a friendly smile and led them into the volcano. At this moment, the entire Fire Ancient clan was under the protection of the Flame Corps. Not to mention the outer city, even the inner city didn't dare to rashly provoke the Fire Ancient clan unless they were prepared to send an army over. Soon Lin Ling met Ancestor Tai Yin and told him his thoughts. Ancestor Tai Yin naturally wouldn't refuse. At this moment, Lin Ling's status in the Fire Ancient clan wasn't lower than his. The few of them continued down the volcano and soon arrived at the ancestral tomb. The ancient tombstone sat there quietly as if it was telling of the glory and helplessness of the past. On the tombstone the words Lin Chen's tomb were clearly engraved. Lin Ling and the heavenly concubine fell silent and slowly paid their respects. He is the man that senior sister used her entire life to love. I originally thought that this man deceived senior sister and was indecisive. He didn't have the responsibility that a man should have. But I misunderstood him. The heavenly concubine muttered to herself, senior sister, the man that you've always missed. Today, I've come to pay my respects on your behalf. Her senior sister wasn't living well at the moment. The heavenly concubine had grown up with her senior sister and knew how much her senior sister missed her. Therefore, she had always resented that man because he didn't give her a stable harbor. But now she knew that she had misunderstood. That man also carried a lot of burdens and even sacrificed himself for it. This also showed that he loved her senior sister very much. In order to let her live, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. Your senior sister knows my father? Yes. Lin Ling frowned. The heavenly concubine quietly looked at Lin Ling. From Lin Ling's chiseled features, she wanted to find her senior sister's fairy-like appearance. But after looking for a long time, she finally saw her senior sister's shadow on Lin Ling's face. I know him and we're very close, but I don't want to tell you right now because I'm afraid that it will distract you. I only want to say that after everything is over, can you accompany me for a while? The heavenly concubine's face was solemn. Chapter 291. Insolent and overbearing. Thank you, but I can tell you that this trip will not disappoint you. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. Lin Ling smiled. I believe you, but now that I've brought you to see my father, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? You profiteer, you've always been taking advantage of me. Little Jade heavenly concubine sniffed and said with dissatisfaction, all right, I'll stay in the Fire Ancient clan and help you train your Fire Legion. Thank you. Lin Ling rubbed his nose and his smile became even brighter. Behind them, Yu and Qin Xiaolin also smiled. They knew Lin Ling very well. Lin Ling was as cold as winter toward his enemies, but he was as warm as spring toward his family. The fact that Lin Ling was conversing with the heavenly concubine indicated that Lin Ling trusted the heavenly concubine and viewed her as his family. Yu, we might have another sister. Qin Xiaolin smiled. She didn't know why, but she didn't feel any jealousy in her heart. Perhaps that young man was too outstanding, so outstanding that she didn't dare to enjoy him alone. As long as they could live together, she would be satisfied. And back then I knew that Brother Ling was definitely very popular with girls. Yu also smiled, feeling happy for Lin Ling. After staying at the Fire Ancient clan for a few days, Lin Ling enjoyed the warmth of a home that was not easy to come by. Then he left again. He knew very well that in this cruel world, if he wanted his family to live a more stable life, then he had to become stronger, he had to support everything. Not long after he left, several figures appeared at the edge of the huge volcano. Lin Ling, where are you? A domineering voice rang out, followed by a ray of saber light. Whoosh! At the mouth of the huge volcano, several soldiers of the Flame Corps were killed, but the blade light did not diminish. When it slashed at the mouth of the volcano, the entire volcano shook violently. The walls of the volcano cracked open, and a bottomless blade light appeared. The entire Fire Ancient clan was in an uproar. Everyone rushed out, and the Fire Legion also appeared. Aren't you being too arrogant by being so rude? Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted. This moment he was furious. After the other party arrived, they killed without saying a word. He couldn't bear it any longer. Since your grandson has done such a good deed, the entire clan will be buried with him. In the distance, several men stood quietly. One of them, a long-haired man with a large saber on his back, spoke coldly. He was none other than Dao Quang. Last time, he'd been scared off by Lin Ling to the point of fleeing. It was only after he'd calmed down that he discovered that Lin Ling was only an 18-year-old youth with a cultivation of the mid-earth spirit realm. How could he be afraid of him? Moreover, Lin Ling had humiliated him so much. How could he survive among the 108 generals in the future? Therefore, after he'd calmed down, he'd come here today to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you don't dare to come out? Coward! Dao Quang yelled, causing the entire outer city to be in an uproar. Dao Quang, you're getting worse as you live. You're just a lowly commoner. You think you can be so arrogant after suppressing the third prince after becoming a hero of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City? Yet, you're afraid of him. What a joke. You've disgraced us generals. Behind Dao Quang, a man in armor spoke coldly. This man was also a general of the army, and was stronger than Dao Quang. He was an expert at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm, and had been the martial champion for 5 years. He was known as the general of 10,000 horses in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It meant that he alone represented an army of 10,000, and his strength was extremely tyrannical. Ling has already returned to the inner city. Do you only dare to behave atrociously when Ling isn't here? Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted. Aha, you think too highly of Lin Ling. He's just a so-so. Hearing those words before Dao Quang could say anything, the armored man let out an arrogant laugh. He stood up, causing the entire ground to shake as though 10,000 horses were galloping. An 18-year-old general of the army. It's really unpleasant to look at. Dao Quang, I'm going to help you eliminate this ant today. He took a step forward, causing cracks to appear on the ground. That tyrannical aura caused Ancestor Extreme Flame to take a deep cold breath. His opponent was too strong. It was precisely because he was strong that he was so tyrannical and arrogant. He wasn't willing to accept Lin Ling as the general of the army, and wanted to eliminate him. Once Lin Ling knows about today's matter, all of you will die. But if you want to massacre the Fire Ancient clan, I'm afraid you've chosen the wrong place. Tian Xiaoman, heed my orders. Black Tortoise Army Formation. Right at this moment a crisp voice echoed. The heavenly concubine walked out and was emitting a pale white light, making her look like a saint. Yes, military advisor. Tian Xiaoman walked out in war armor. She had a cold expression and waved her jade hand. Bang! 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 The majestic sound of footsteps could be heard as the endless fire army walked out, and formed a mysterious army formation. Their aura was so strong that it wasn't any weaker than Dao Quang and the others. Black Tortoise? The armored man looked around and saw a spiritual chi illusion appearing around the fire army. It was a huge black tortoise. Let me see how strong it is. The armored man took a step forward and thrust out the long spear in his hand. 1,000-horse spear. Rumble. As the spear was thrust out, countless horses galloped and shook the earth. However, when the 10,000 horses collided with the black tortoise illusion, it only caused the black tortoise illusion to shake slightly. The armored man's expression changed. That army formation's defense was so strong. Merciless saber. Dao Quang also made his move. With the Dao of Saber, a huge saber slashed at the black tortoise army formation, causing cracks to appear on the army formation. However, they quickly recovered. This woman is amazing. She can actually set up such an army formation. Dao Quang and the armored man were shocked. They had been careless. If the army formation hadn't been set up, they were confident that they could kill those soldiers. However, the army formation had been set up. In a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Black Tortoise army formation. The outer city is shaken. Duke Duan's men will soon receive the news. Although we are generals and aren't afraid of Duke Duan, it's not good to have conflicts. Let's go. The armored man looked coldly at the Fire Ancient clan and said, Lin Ling, consider yourself lucky this time. Cowardly trash. Dao Quang's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to come out. As a general, he was one of the top figures in the inner city, not to mention the outer city. However, he didn't get the upper hand today. However, he was also a little afraid of Duke Duan. Hence he decided to leave. Today's grudge will be avenged in the future. Just you wait. When Lin Ling returns, the two of you will die. Tian Xiaoman's eyes turned red as she looked at the soldiers who had been killed by Dao Quang. The two of them were arrogant as they attacked innocent soldiers. The Flame Legion would definitely take revenge for this. Get lost. Heavenly Concubine shouted. Get lost. The Fire Ancient clan members also shouted. Their aura shook the heavens and earth. You have pride. Good. I'll wait for Lin Ling to come and find me. Dao Quang's expression became even uglier. As a general, he had been humiliated again and again. Killing intent surged in his heart. Chapter 292. War God Mountain. These people are too despicable. After the two of them left, Yu couldn't help but shed tears as she looked at the dead soldiers. These soldiers had died to protect the Fire Ancient clan. In this world, the strong are respected. There will always be some who were treated unfairly when they were young, so they bullied the weak to satisfy their sense of accomplishment. Such people won't live for long. The heavenly concubine looked into the distance, and her beautiful eyes were icy cold. Bury these soldiers in our fire ancient clan's ancestral tomb. Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted loudly, and it touched the hearts of many in the core. They'd been living in the fire ancient clan for a period of time, so they naturally knew what being able to enter the ancestral tomb represented. It represented the supreme honor of the fire ancient clan, and ordinary people weren't qualified to enter the ancestral tomb at all. Their general treated them so well, so what if they died following such a benevolent general? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what had happened in the fire ancient clan. He'd arrived at Sovereign King Li's territory as promised. This territory wasn't in the inner city, but War God Mountain Range, which wasn't too far away from Ocean of Cloud City. This mountain range was like a paradise, and it belonged to Sovereign King Li alone. No one was allowed to approach it without permission. War God Mountain Range was a famous forbidden area in Ocean of Cloud City. According to legend, experts from other regions were born here. After he got close, Lin Ling saw an endless river that glistened under the sunlight. A mysterious mountain range sat within the vast river, and it faintly emanated a dignified aura that couldn't be underestimated. War God. Lin Ling had a slightly solemn expression on his face. His soul force condensed, and his eye of time silently appeared as he carefully observed the huge mountain in the distance. In the vast river of time in the beginning there were no mountains, but a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. But one day the wind and clouds surged, and two powerful martial artists stepped on the clouds and flew over, their speed as fast as lightning. Then these two powerful martial artists began to fight each other. The battle caused the heavens and the earth to collapse, and the wind and clouds to surge. Huge craters were blasted open on the ground, and rivers started to appear. One of them moved a giant mountain 10,000 miles away, using the mountain to defeat the enemy, while the other used his fists to fight back. His fists broke the giant mountain, and in the end, he left behind the War God Mountain. Splitting mountains and breaking rivers, what terrifying strength! After a long time the passing time disappeared, and Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Those experts were the targets he wanted to pursue. Treading on the air, moving as fast as lightning, punching through a giant mountain, Wu Chenghe. This kind of powerful martial strength was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. Is this ascetic cultivation on that mountain? Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. With a single step he flew forward like a swallow. After that, he glided on the surface of the sparkling river, and gradually approached War God Mountain. With his current strength, although he couldn't fly, he could still fly for a short period of time. Boom! Under the river, demonic beasts surged, and the waves rose to the sky. 100-meter-long catfish swam out, its huge mouth aiming to swallow Lin Ling. Are the demonic beasts in the vicinity of War God Mountain also so terrifying? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he drew the Brilliance Resurgent sword from his back and slashed out. Blazing Heaven Cross Slash. Swish! Before that giant catfish could even get close to Lin Ling, it was sliced into two. The flames continued to burn, and then it fell into the river. Lin Ling glided across the surface of the river like a willow leaf. However, his countenance was extremely heavy. Just an ordinary demonic beast was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the stronger demonic beasts on the War God Mountain would be. Gradually, War God Mountain got closer and closer. Lin Ling realized that the closer he got, the more majestic the mountain became. It was like a giant fist. General Lin is here. Sovereign King Li was afraid that something might happen to you and wanted to send someone to fetch you. However, I stopped him. I knew that a mere War God Mountain wouldn't be able to stop General Lin. At this moment, a loud laughter came from the front, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the river. Lin Ling looked over and realized that a large number of people had gathered at the foot of War God Mountain. The two people at the front were Duke Duan and Sovereign King Li. Other than them, there were many other experts with strong auras. At this moment, those people looked at Lin Ling with a trace of suspicion. A general of 100 armies at such a young age? There must be something fishy going on. When I was 18, I was only a genius. But he stepped into the ranks of our famous experts at 18. General Chun, I agree with your thoughts. Under a great reputation, there will definitely be people fishing for fame. This is the case no matter where you are. One by one, the experts spoke indifferently. They were the stars of the generals of 100 armies. Every one of them was a famous figure and had their own army. Their strength was enough to shock the world. Of course, there were also some commanders. They were like Lin Ling and were famous figures in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, they were even more jealous of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was originally a commander, but he surpassed them and became a star general of a generation. Everyone looked over. Lin Ling's expression was calm as though he didn't hear anything. He walked over calmly. He also sensed that many people were hostile towards him. Of course, this hostility wasn't a life and death battle. It was jealousy and suspicion. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with such hostility. If the other party didn't know what was good for them, he would just teach them a lesson. If a martial artist wanted to become strong, the path wasn't smooth sailing. Naturally, there would be thorns everywhere. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the difficulties and setbacks he would encounter. Lin Ling, over here. At this moment, a bell-like voice was heard. Lin Ling looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was in Yu-er. He didn't expect her to be here to cultivate as well. Lin Ling quickly walked over. After a short conversation, he found out that Yu-er was in the second prince's camp. She was now a commander and was invited to cultivate as well. Beside Yu-er was a large number of the second prince's men. They were all smiling and bowing to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He continued to listen to Yu-er's explanation. He then found out that all the commanders and stars of the Cloud Sea City could come to Mount War God to cultivate and improve their cultivation. Li Junwang was ordered by the late emperor to be in charge of training the stars and commanders. However, not all of these stars were under the second prince. They came from different factions and didn't have a good relationship with each other. Alright, everyone is here now. It's nearing the end of the year and the Battle of the 100 Generals is about to begin. All of you have come to the War God Mountain to cultivate. I hope that you will be able to benefit greatly from it and bring your strength to another level. Sovereign King Li announced. The eyes of the generals flickered. Everyone was here? Li Junwang seemed to be waiting for Lin Ling's arrival. This Lin Ling was so arrogant. They couldn't help but be jealous of Lin Ling. Lin Ling had just become a general and hadn't even obtained one of the 108 great generals. Yet he was being treated so respectfully. This made them feel indignant. Mount War God has the martial arts left behind by the late emperor. They are divided into the War God Fist, War King's 6 styles, War General Overlord Spear, and other Earth-grade martial arts. If you all want to learn these martial arts, you must pass the test of the late emperor. Li Junwang continued. Chapter 293. Scramble for territory. The late emperor has decreed that no general above the Earth Spirit realm is allowed to come to Mount War God to cultivate. Your cultivation will be suppressed to the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Everyone will be treated the same, and you will be tested by the late emperor. The middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm was the basic requirement to be a general of 100 armies. In this way, this was a test of one's intent and martial arts. What is the test? Lin Ling was secretly curious. In another day, there will be a large number of demonic beasts coming out of the invisible demon river near the War God Mountain. They will head straight for the peak of the War God Mountain. What you have to do is to kill those demonic beasts. If the demonic beasts are able to reach the peak of the mountain and comprehend the War God intent, they will rush out of the War God Mountain and start a frenzied massacre in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, plunging everyone into misery and suffering. Sovereign King Li continued as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Therefore, the test is to kill all the beasts and record them with battle points. Normal beasts will be recorded with 1 point and high-level beasts will be recorded with 2 points. Battle points can also be exchanged for spiritual ginseng fruits. That's roughly it. Everyone get ready. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone shouted in unison. Then, each of them received a golden jade tablet to record their battle achievements. Lin Ling, the top 10 of the War God list, can go to the War God Mountain and learn the War God martial arts. You must not miss this opportunity, especially the War God Fist. If you can learn it, it will definitely be of great help to you. The crowd dispersed gradually as Sovereign King Li walked towards Lin Ling and asked, "The war god fist is the blood and sweat of the late emperor, comprehended by observing the ancient war god. However, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it because you're still young. As long as you haven't reached the heavenly spirit realm, you can come again next year. Moreover, the other war god martial arts aren't weak either, such as the war king's 6 swords and so on." Duke Duan also walked over and said. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the war god mountain whose peak couldn't be seen. He nodded. He was very curious about the martial arts of the war god mountain. Others might not know how impressive the war god martial arts were, but he knew. It was because through the eye of time, he had personally seen how powerful those 2 war gods were. "Let's rest tonight and prepare to welcome the river demon tomorrow." Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan both left. Because cultivating on Mount War God was the unfulfilled wish of the late emperor, they didn't dare to go easy on Lin Ling. However, they guessed that with Lin Ling's mid-stage earthly spirit realm strength, he would more or less be able to learn a war god's martial art even though he was below average among the generals. "Lin Ling, we have to work hard. If we can learn the war god's martial arts, I will definitely be able to become a general of 100 armies, and you will be able to enter the ranks of the 108 general stars." And Yue and Lin Ling walked side by side. The general of 100 armies didn't mean that there were only 100 great generals. It meant that all the great generals in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were only famous for having 108 general stars. 108 general stars. Lin Ling smiled faintly. It sounded very powerful, but as long as it wasn't the sky spirit realm, he had nothing to fear. Looking from the foot of the mountain, Mount War God was vast and boundless. Looking up, one couldn't even see the peak of the mountain and could only see the misty clouds. All the great generals and commanders had chosen their positions and were quietly waiting for the great demon to climb out of the river tomorrow. "Get lost, this place belongs to me. General Zhufei, I came here first. Aren't you too arrogant to be so overbearing? A better place can exterminate more demonic beasts. As one of the 108 general stars, I naturally want a better place. Do you, a useless commander, have the qualifications to speak to me? Alright, I will give way." In the surroundings of Mount War God, some of the great generals were fighting for advantageous positions and driving away the commanders in a domineering manner. In some places, there were even battles between great generals. As of now, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's core forces were divided into ranks: genius elites, commanders, great generals, 108 star generals, and 4 kings. In order to rush to a higher rank, strength was undoubtedly the most important. What are you so proud of? Wait until the light from the late emperor's legacy shrouds Mount War God tomorrow. Humph, you will also be at the mid-stage of the earth spirit realm and be on par with me. By then I won't be afraid of you." Some of the commanders said in silence. They didn't have no chance to compete for Mount War God. After tomorrow, the light from the late emperor's legacy would be released, and everyone's strength would be suppressed to the mid-stage of the earth spirit realm. The light from the late emperor's legacy would be used to prevent the great demons from escaping from Mount War God and shroud Mount War God with a powerful aura. As for the late emperor, it was the king of Yunhai. Lin Ling and Yue found a flat ground to rest. There were plenty of the second prince's men around them, and they were all commanders and generals. Among them, there was a general star who was ranked at the bottom of the 108 star generals. After a silent night, the next day the sun shone brightly. Mount War God suddenly released light and shrouded the entire mountain. Everyone was bathed in the light and instantly realized that their cultivation was suppressed. "I am already at the mid-stage of the earth spirit realm. It doesn't affect me much." Lin Ling smiled and looked to the side. And Yue had also woken up and was looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Last night, she seemed to have slept very soundly beside Lin Ling, and there was still a drop of sparkling perfume hanging from the corner of her mouth. That hazy appearance had a different taste, and Lin Ling couldn't help but fall into a daze for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Senior sisterin, it's at your mouth." And Yue cried out in surprise, and her beautiful face turned red. At this moment, everyone stood up and quietly waited for the great demon to appear in the river. His Majesty the Second Prince only has this much strength? He only has 1 general star and no generals. The rest are all commanders. He with such strength, He dares to compete with His Majesty the Crown Prince? At this moment, several figures walked over from the front. Zhao Qingshan, what is the meaning of this? On Lin Ling's side, a 20-something man stood up. He was a general star with 108 stars and was the leader of everyone. Of course, it didn't include Lin Ling Nangongyun, ranked 99th among the 108-star generals. How impressive! Among us star generals, you're ranked at the bottom, but in His Majesty the Second Prince's camp, I'm afraid you'll be treated pretty well. Could it be that you can only show off in front of the weak? Ha! The people who came over all had cold smiles on their faces. One of them was a youth in green clothes who spoke indifferently. This person was Zhao Qingshan, a famous general star of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and also the city lord of the Western Desert Ancient Desolate City. What do you want? Nangongyun frowned and asked. Very simple. This place of yours is not bad, and we have taken a liking to it. So we would like to ask you to leave. Zhao Qingshan placed one hand behind his back and said indifferently, do you treat Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan as non-existent? You dare to provoke the second prince here? Nangongyun's face turned cold. The other party was too arrogant and wanted to snatch the territory the moment they arrived. Behind him, all the commanders and generals also frowned. They were very unhappy with those people. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled coldly and watched quietly. I have already given face to the two dukes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said so much and would have asked you to leave on your knees. Now let's not talk nonsense. This place of yours is flat, and there will naturally be great demons coming. How can we let your second prince monopolize such a good place? Zhao Qingshan didn't have any fear, and his voice turned even colder. If you want us to give up our place, then speak with your strength. I, Nangongyun, will see how formidable you, Zhao Qingshan, are. Chapter 294. Banterboom. He took a step forward and a powerful aura erupted. Ripples spread out, fog spread and frost appeared on the ground. This innate spirit body is the 8th grade ice sound turbine, the famous innate spirit body of General Nangong. Behind Nangongyun, the commanders all shouted in unison. The combination of sound waves and ice, interesting. However, a martial artist is a martial artist and it has something to do with music. Do you think you are a heavenly melody user? You are a general and a general actually plays with music. You have no dignity. Zhao Shanhe walked out and sneered. It's useless to say more. If you lose, take your people and get lost. Nangongyun was unmoved. His long hair fluttered and circles of white ripples sprayed out, making him look like an ice god. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The great concept spread out like the sound of a bell. And the ground also shook. Crack. Not far away, Zhao Shanhe was affected by the sound waves, and his whole body was frozen into an ice sculpture. He stood there quietly, completely different from before. He did not even make a move and he was defeated in one move. This was extremely ironic. General Nangong is so powerful. That is the combination of sound waves and ice. Those who are affected by the sound waves are frozen into ice sculptures. Under the great concept of ice sound turbine, no one can make a move. The commanders were excited, and they were proud of Nangongyun. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. As expected of the general of 100 armies, his comprehension of the great concept was extremely skilled, and he was stronger than the opponents he had met before. However, at the same time, he looked forward and saw that the general behind Zhao Qingshan had a calm expression, and the corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. Something's wrong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Nangongyun turned around and walked back. At the same time, he said indifferently, "You are inferior. I think you have nothing to say. Leave by yourself." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard. He turned around and his eyes narrowed. The huge ice sculpture behind him cracked, and a large amount of green flame surged out, burning the ice. A man with green flames all over his body walked out. So cold I almost froze to death. After the man walked out, he laughed mockingly. Who else could it be but Zhao Qingshan? He patted his clothes and said indifferently, "I have a fire elemental spirit body, 9th rank green desert wolf flame. In the barren land of the western sand, it is like the willow, the wisp of the great desert. All this time I have never experienced the feeling of being cold. I thought that you would satisfy me, but in the end, you are nothing more than this. You've broken through my great concept. Nan Gongyun's expression drastically changed. Don't look so surprised. We're both at the middle stage of the earth spirit realm. What matters is whose innate spirit body is stronger, and whose comprehension of great concepts is deeper. I'm sorry, but you've lost to me in terms of innate spirit body and great concept. Zhao Qingshan slowly walked forward. The disdain on his face grew even stronger. Previously you thought that you had one. You were so confident and arrogant. That face of yours really made me feel that it was funny. Great General Nangong turned around and left. He even said domineeringly, "Leave by yourself." Ha ha ha. General Zhao, this move of yours is quite insidious. He has lost all his face. What general star? He's just trash. General Nangong, I'll say one more time. Leave by yourself. How about that? The generals behind Zhao Qingshan all laughed mockingly, as if they were toying with an ant. General Nangong's face alternated between red and green. He had indeed thought that he had won before, causing him to lose all his face. He had been humiliated to the point of speechlessness by Zhao Qingshan. One had to know that he was a great general with 30,000 men under his command, but he was like an ant in front of him. We are both generals of 100 armies. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you some pointers. Great concepts aren't used like this. Zhao Qingshan's expression instantly turned cold after he smiled. He reached out with one hand and a surging green flame surged out. It was like the willow, the wisp of the great desert as it swept towards Nan Gongyun. Woo woo woo. The green willow, the wisp seemed cold on the surface, but its temperature was actually quite high. It was said that it could burn a person's soul. Ice wheel of 8 notes. Nan Gongyun's body blossomed with light as icy mist continuously spat out, firmly protecting him. Woo woo. The green willow, the wisp turned into a ghost head and attacked. Hiss! Hiss! A fishy smell arose, and then Nan Gongyun's icy mist was incinerated. His countenance turned pale as his figure was blasted flying. After he smashed to the ground, the green flames on his body still didn't extinguish, and they burned incessantly with the intention of burning his soul. Humph! General Nangong, you're nothing much. Zhao Qingshan grunted coldly and looked down upon Nan Gongyun. He wasn't on the same side as Nan Gongyun, and both of them were 108-star generals. So he hadn't held back at all. What a terrifying innate spirit physique. That's a type of cold flame. All the other commanders had solemn expressions on their faces. Even if they were far away, they still felt cold in their hearts. Out of consideration for the 2 kings, I won't kill all of you today. Fuck off right now. Remember, you have to leave on your knees. Zhao Qingshan placed his hands behind his back, while he spoke with a voice that resounded like the might of the heavens. All the commanders fell silent. Zhao Qingshan was too strong, and the position of great general wasn't something that they could go against. Aren't the subordinates of His Majesty the Crown Prince a little too arrogant and overbearing? You dared to act recklessly on War God Mountain. Wouldn't you slaughter everything in the city? Right at this moment a calm voice resounded. Huh, you have a problem with that? Zhao Qingshan frowned slightly and looked at the person who spoke. He discovered that it was a young man. Lin Ling. As for all the commanders, they were also looking at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling was currently a favorite of the second prince. Because he had contributed greatly to the ancient city of Sky Fragrance, he had become a general of the army. This kid was also considered to have outstanding talent and was the current #1 martial scholar. However, Lin Ling wasn't facing the current martial scholar, but an expert who had been famous for a long time. Now that he walked out, could it be that his strength was stronger than Nan Gongyun? Lin Ling? So it's you, the junior who has been in the limelight recently. Even I have heard of you in the Western Sand Desert. However, what qualifications do you have to have a problem with that? Zhao Qingshan looked at Lin Ling with interest. Strength is qualification. Lin Ling walked out step by step towards Nan Gongyun. He stretched out his right hand and absorbed the green flame on Nan Gongyun's body. Then the flame disappeared. Lin Ling, thank you. Nangong Yun said gratefully. Then he wanted to remind Lin Ling that Zhao Qingshan wasn't weak. However, Lin Ling shook his head at him and walked towards Zhao Qingshan step by step. Zhao Qingshan watched quietly from the side and smiled mockingly. I agree with this sentence. Strength is qualification. Just like Nangong Yun, without strength, he can only be a stray dog. However, do you have the strength? Whether I have the strength or not, we'll know after the battle. Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently, Haha, young people nowadays are so frivolous. They think that they can look down on everything just because they have some achievements. Fine, although the crown prince hasn't had any conflicts with the second prince, as your elder brother, I'll give you a few pointers. Zhao Qingshan snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand. On his palm, a wisp of green flame jumped. I won't say any nonsense about letting you have 3 moves because your strength is too weak. It's the same whether you let me have it or not. 1 move will make you understand yourself. Chapter 295. Playing with Fire? Roar! That green flame surged and actually turned into a wolf shape, pouncing at Lin Ling. This was a great concept and it was a 9th grade spirit body. According to legends, the desert wolf green flame was formed from the wolf soul. So terrifying. The expressions of all the commanders were solemn as they retreated a few steps. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they were all somewhat worried, especially Nangong Yun. He had fought with Zhao Qingshan before and knew how strange that flame was. It seemed to burn the soul. If you had other spirit bodies, I might have to use more effort, but a fire spirit body? Playing with fire? Can you beat me? Lin Ling had a calm expression and extended his right hand. On his palm a white flame jumped. The temperature of this flame was very ordinary, and there was nothing extraordinary about it, but it was extremely dazzling. It is said that General Lin also has a fire spirit body. It seems like it is true, but can his flame be compared to Zhao Qingshan's desert wolf green flame? Nangong Yun's eyes were constantly flickering. The generals behind Zhao Qingshan all had mocking expressions. Zhao Qingshan was one of the top few fire spirit bodies in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That Lin Ling actually dared to clash with Zhao Qingshan's flame. This was simply courting death. Second generation flame art, 3000 burning flames. Incinerate. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Lin Ling gently waved his right hand and scattered the white flame. It was like stars in the night sky. Boom! The flame didn't look big, but every star had a scorching temperature. Tisk. When that giant fire wolf came into contact with the white star flame, it was immediately corroded with holes. The giant wolf let out a cry of fear and was incinerated. The white flame was like a star that could start a prairie fire. What? Looking at this scene, Zhao Qingshan's eyes narrowed as though he couldn't believe his eyes. 9th grade spirit body. It is indeed something to be proud of, but the premise is that you have not met a martial artist with a 9th grade spirit body. Lin Ling spoke indifferently and flicked his finger. A wisp of white flame shot towards Zhao Qingshan like a shooting star. When it landed on Zhao Qingshan's body, it instantly set his entire body ablaze. This fire can't be extinguished? Zhao Qingshan was shocked. The white flame on his body wasn't big, but it continued to burn. Terrifying. What kind of flame was this? You haven't even reached perfection in the concept of fire, yet you dare call yourself a fire-controlling expert? Lin Ling looked at Zhao Qingshan indifferently. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't the sky spirit realm, he wasn't afraid at all. His words caused Zhao Qingshan's complexion to drastically change, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He never thought that although Lin Ling looked young, his talent and comprehension of concepts were above his. Puff! Under the continuous burning of the white flames, Zhao Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and the general behind him had an extremely solemn expression. No matter how high the heavens are, there will always be someone better than you. You've only managed to comprehend the concept of fire, and yet you think you can look down on everything. The general of 100 armies is nothing more than this. Lin Ling opened his mouth again, his words filled with disdain. Now can I say something? Get lost by yourself. Zhao Qingshan's right hand was almost completely burned. When he heard Lin Ling's words, his complexion turned even uglier. Previously, he thought that he was stronger, so he played with Nangong Yuan, making Nangong Yuan think that he had won and arrogantly said, "Get lost by yourself." After those words were said, he Zhao Qingshan immediately turned defeat into victory. It was for the satisfaction after playing with him. But now, when Lin Ling said these words again, the meaning was obvious. You have the strength, so continue to play with me and see if I have the qualifications to say these words. Unfortunately, from the looks of it, the youth did indeed have the strength to say these words. Don't you understand human language? Lin Ling said again. Zhao Qingshan gritted his teeth. He endured the humiliation and braced himself to say, "Sure. But you have to extinguish the flames on my body first." The white flames on his body continued to burn and wouldn't be extinguished at all. Are you making a bargain? Or is it a request? Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened. He had already humbled himself, but Lin Ling still seemed to be humiliating him, disdaining his tone for being too arrogant. He was a general of hundreds of armies. When had he ever tried to lower his noble head? But now he had no choice but to lower his head. "General Lin, please extinguish the flames on my body." Zhao Qingshan lowered his head and said, "Humph, a general under His Majesty the Crown Prince is only a With such a servant, it seems that the master isn't much either." Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His Majesty the Crown Prince was his enemy, so he wouldn't give him any face. What's more, today's matter was because these guys were arrogant and overbearing. They wanted to snatch the territory, so he didn't need to give them any face. He's humiliating His Majesty the Crown Prince, and humiliating us even more. Zhao Qingshan roared in his heart, but he didn't dare to get angry. He said again, "General Lin, please extinguish the flames on my body. Seeing that you're begging so humbly, I'll spare you today. After all, I still have to give face to the two princes." Lin Ling nodded faintly and waved his right hand, sucking back the flames on Zhao Qingshan's body. Zhao Qingshan finally relaxed when the flames disappeared, but his gaze towards Lin Ling was full of wariness. He gritted his teeth and said, "You've humiliated us today, and even more humiliated His Majesty the Crown Prince. Mountains and rivers will meet again. You've humiliated yourselves. Also, didn't you hear what I said before? Scram yourselves, not leave." Lin Ling's face was cold. "Don't go too far. I'm still a general of an army." The fury in Zhao Qingshan's heart erupted like a volcano. If it hadn't been for the previous emperor's decree, causing his cultivation to be suppressed to the mid-earth spirit realm, he would have killed this youth long ago. I won't say the same thing twice. Lin Ling's attitude was exceedingly forceful. Scram! Zhao Qingshan gritted his teeth and left on his knees with the other generals. His miserable appearance made the commanders feel like they were dreaming. They never thought that things would end up like this. "Lin Ling, after the War God Mountain ends, I will personally take your life in the 100 Generals battle." Zhao Qingshan's heart was filled with resentment. His strength had been suppressed to the mid-earth spirit realm, so he couldn't extinguish the white flames from before. However, he was confident that if they were in the outside world, it would be easy for him to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength just now. It was only a small punishment. "General Lin, you're amazing. Your realm isn't high among the generals, but your foundation is the most solid." After they left, Nangong Yun said with admiration. She didn't expect this youth to have such a reputation, but his strength wasn't weak either. "I was just lucky." Lin Ling smiled faintly. "That's not luck. I've come to War God Mountain a few times, and every time the advantageous areas have been snatched away. This is the first time we've repelled the enemy." The commanders shook their heads. In War God Mountain, being bullied was a common occurrence. The weak didn't have any right to speak. Chapter 296. Demon Beasts Leave the River. Lin Ling, I think it's better for you to lead everyone in the War God Mountain training this time. Nangong Yun also had this thought. Perhaps in the outside world, he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. But here Lin Ling's strength was above his. "All right, I'll do my best." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Not long after, the war god mountain began to tremble. The roars of countless demonic beasts came from the front. The originally clear and crystalline river in front of them was now surging with monstrous waves. Terrifying demonic beasts crawled out from the river one after another. The demonic beasts in this river are extremely powerful. Now that they are swarming out, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop them, Lin Ling said gravely as he stared into the distance. I heard that those demonic beasts are comprehending the battle god intent every day, which allowed them to become stronger. Right now they only want to rush to the peak of Mount War God and leave Mount War God like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. When that happens, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. And Yuer nodded solemnly and said, however, the demonic beasts in the early stages aren't very strong, so it's time for us to fight for merits. He's out. Right at this moment, Nangong Yun shouted loudly. A giant silver-armored crab crawled out from the churning waves of the river. This crab was at least 500 meters long and had 4 giant pincers. Moreover, it was extremely fast. With each step it took, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. On the other side, a 1,000-meter-long black water snake crawled out. It opened its mouth and spat out endless poisonous fog. Sure enough, the demonic beasts near War God Mountain were all stronger than usual. Kill. The commanders and generals had all fought on the battlefield before, so their fighting spirit was boiling as they rushed towards the demonic beasts. In that instant the great earth trembled, as if a great calamity was approaching. Every year at this time the demonic beasts come out of the river. It is also the time for the generals and commanders to train. However, I wonder how many commanders will die in this massacre. Far in the distance, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan looked into the distance. Duke Duan let out a soft sigh. As the generals and commanders of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, if they aren't at the front lines, are they going to let the commoners go? Moreover, since you've embarked on the path of a martial artist, and have a higher status than ordinary people, you should also bear a certain amount of responsibility. Yeah. Sovereign King Li nodded his head. However, his gaze turned cold. Demonic beasts are scary. But for the sake of battle merits, there will be plenty of bloodshed between humans as well. The human heart is unpredictable. Then, both of them fell silent at the same time. Rumble. In all directions of the War God Mountain, demonic beasts rushed out of the river. The various generals and commanders were doing their best to kill the demonic beasts, dyeing the river red. However, the smell of blood only served to make the greater demonic beasts even more violent. An ordinary demonic beast is worth 1 battle point, while a powerful demonic beast is worth 2 battle points. Yes. Lin Ling brandished the Brilliance Resurgence sword as flames spewed out from it. He killed the demonic beasts unceasingly, and his battle merits increased rapidly. In the beginning, the demonic beasts were not very strong. Therefore, the generals were also competing with each other as they fought. This place is flat and there are many demonic beasts. Who's the leader here? Come out. This place belongs to me. In the distance, a general arrived at Lin Ling's territory. Dust billowed as he roared, wanting to take over Lin Ling's territory. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out as well. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so. It's chaos now. The 2 dukes can't care so much. Since you're so arrogant, I'll just kill you. That general sneered and shot his spear at Lin Ling. Fire dance of the sun. The other party was clearly here to kill. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't hold back. He executed the 3rd-generation flame art. Boom! Sword light flashed like a blazing sun in the sky. That general was burned to ashes. Some experts in the War God Mountain were also paying attention to the situation here. They were secretly surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Of course, there were also some who were disdainful. Rumble. Gradually, more and more demonic beasts appeared. The War God Mountain became even more chaotic. This is a catfish beast. It's a powerful demonic beast. It's recorded as 2 points, but its strength isn't strong. I can also deal with it. While the surroundings were in chaos, and Yuer was also constantly killing demonic beasts to increase her strength. At the same time, she saw a demonic beast that could be easily dealt with. Haha, catfish beast. It's only a half-grown body. This demonic beast is mine. At this moment a loud shout came. Another man in red armor walked over. He was like an ancient giant. Every step he took shook the heavens and earth. Obviously, he wanted to snatch Nuer's harvest. Sir, this is the second prince's camp. You've overstepped your boundaries. Moreover, I saw this demonic beast first. Seeing that person running over, Nuer frowned. That person was a bit overbearing. The second prince? He seems very powerful. But I'm sorry, the battle achievements are also very important to me. Don't you know that battle achievements can also be exchanged for the cultivation of spirit ginseng fruits? And raise the cultivation of the earth spirit realm? The man in red armor smiled faintly and increased his speed. You're so unruly. Aren't you afraid of offending the second prince? Nuer's beautiful face turned ugly. Although the second prince can't be offended, I'm the imperial preceptor's subordinate. Why would the imperial preceptor be afraid of the second prince? Of course, I won't offend the second prince for no reason. So as long as you're dead, who will know what happened today? The man in red armor smiled coldly, revealing his killing intent. You're so despicable. Nuer gritted her teeth. A dead person doesn't need to talk so much. A huge palm slapped towards Nuer. Baleful aura surged like a meteor crashing down. Sir, aren't you being too arrogant in my territory? At this moment a sword light slashed over. The dazzling cross-shaped flame didn't seem big, but when it slashed onto the huge palm, it instantly split it into pieces. So strong. The man in red armor's expression changed. His palm had been slashed into pieces. He looked at the youth running over from afar with a trace of fear in his heart. His strength was at the late stage of the earth spirit realm, although it was suppressed to the middle stage of the earth spirit realm. His 8th grade innate spirit body had already cultivated to the realm of great perfection. However, he still couldn't block the youth's sword. It was obvious that the youth's innate spirit body was stronger than his, and also at the realm of great perfection. Sorry, it's just a misunderstanding. I didn't know this was your territory. I'll leave immediately. The man in red armor said and wanted to leave. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The youth in the distance drifted over like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He coldly stared at the man in red armor. He was naturally Linling. You want me to stay? Do you know who I am? I'm the Imperial Preceptor's man. The man in red armor frowned. Imperial Preceptor? Yes. Linling's eyes flickered. According to his understanding of the Cloud Sea Empire, the 4 princes were the strongest. His Majesty the Crown Prince, the second prince, and the third prince. This was the first time he'd heard of the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor is an important figure that even His Majesty the Crown Prince has to treat with respect. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. Don't make a mistake. The man in red armor saw Linling hesitate and immediately smiled coldly. He could also see that the youth seemed to be a bit afraid. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Linling wasn't afraid, but was deep in thought. Chapter 297. Thunder Ice Golden Dragon Mistake? You don't have the strength. Kill. Linling raised his sword. A dazzling light bloomed, and a destructive aura rippled out. You want to kill me? Kill. The red-armored man's pupils constricted. He didn't think that the young man would still dare to kill him after knowing about the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor had a deep foundation and was an existence that couldn't be provoked in the Yunhai Empire. Do you think I need to explain? Linling's sword became colder. Let me tell you, I have the Imperial Advisor's bloodline. If you kill me, no one will be able to save you. The red-armored man panicked. The young man in front of him was too strong, too decisive. Even he was in awe of him. Tell that to King Yama when you go to hell. Kill. Swish. A blue-white flame slashed out, turning into a sword ray. The red-armored man couldn't block it at all and was reduced to ashes. Linling. He's the Imperial Advisor's subordinate. Kill. Nuer quickly walked over and said worriedly. So what if he's the Imperial Advisor? He wanted to kill you before. If he dares to attack you, whether it's the Imperial Advisor or the Yunhai King, I'll do the same. When he came to this world, what he valued the most was kinship. He and Enur had known each other for a long time. How could he watch something happen to Enur? Looking at the resolute young man, Enur was dazed for a moment. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in her heart, and a warm feeling flowed out. After the era changed, the An family couldn't escape the calamity. She was almost drowned by the era, but at the most critical moment, the young man reached out to her and saved her. Now, the young man had been silently protecting her without any regrets. "Thank you, Lin Ling," Enur said gratefully. Tears flowed out of her beautiful eyes. "Okay, let's go back. The demonic beasts will be even more difficult to deal with. Try not to go too far from me. Don't leave our territory." Lin Ling smiled and wiped away the tears on Enur's delicate face. Then the two left side by side. "What? My little brother is dead? Who is it?" At this moment, on the other side of War God Mountain, a tall and sturdy red-haired man flew into a rage. His hair stood on end and he held a bug in his hand. However, that bug was already dead. These insects were fed with his heart's blood. There were two in total, one for him and one for his brother. As long as one of them was in trouble, the other would be able to detect it. Sir Yang fading, perhaps Yang Kongcheng died in the mouth of a demon beast. One of the commanders said reverently. "In the beginning, the demonic beast couldn't threaten my brother at all. It must have been killed by someone. How bold! I want to see who dares to touch the people of the state preceptor's residence." The red-haired man said murderously. "But there are too many people on War God Mountain. There's no way to investigate. However, we can investigate where Sir Yang Kongcheng went," the commander said respectfully. "Then let's go immediately. After we finish cultivating on Mount War God, I want to know who it is." The red-haired man's killing intent soared to the sky. He took a step forward and punched out. The unparalleled fist light turned countless demonic beasts in front of him into a rain of blood. The state preceptor's residence was an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the Cloud Sea Empire. They seemed to be low-key, but even the third prince didn't dare to slight them. That was because the state preceptor was a favorite of the previous emperor. Rumble. As time passed, more and more demonic beasts appeared. It was as if they had come from ancient times. Their huge bodies shook the world. At present, the generals of the various factions had about the same amount of battle merits. Only by killing stronger demonic beasts could they stand out and become the generals with the most battle merits. Kill! Kill! The generals of the various factions were all majestic. Here were the Crown Prince's faction, the Second Prince's Majesty, the Third Prince's Majesty, the State Preceptor, the Empress Dowager, the Four Kings, and so on. They all had their own factions. While cultivating, they were also fighting for the glory of their factions. The battle cries continued for an entire day and night. Blood flowed like a river on Mount War God. Many demonic beasts died, but of course many cultivators died as well. At night, Mount War God was slightly quiet. Everyone was resting, waiting for the next Demon King to come out of the river. The Demon King was the final demonic beast. Victory and defeat would be decided at that moment. The next day, the sun slowly shone down. There was a short moment of silence on Mount War God, but everyone's face was solemn. They knew that the Demon King was about to come out of the river. Facing the Demon King, only the top experts of the various factions had the strength to fight against it. As for the commanders, they could only support from the side. The previous Demon King was the Poison Ghost Mother. I don't know what it is this time. I only hope that the generals won't allow it to ascend Mount War God. Otherwise, the Demon King will escape from the previous emperor's decree and fly out of Mount War God. From afar, Sovereign King Li said solemnly. The previous emperor's decree was a huge light that shrouded Mount War God, preventing the demonic beasts from leaving. However, because the spiritual chi was too strong, it also suppressed the strength of the generals, causing all of them to be at mid-earthly spirit realm. There are many experts among the generals who came for training this time. There's the Crown Prince, Second Prince, Third Prince, Imperial Advisor, Empress Dowager, and the experts under us Four Kings. We should be able to stop the Demon King from reaching the peak. Duke Duan's eyes flickered. That's true. However, compared to the other factions, I hope that our generals can kill the Demon King. If that's the case, we can enter the peak of Mount War God. Sovereign King Li said with anticipation. Duke Duan shook his head. Currently, the generals in their faction weren't strong. They couldn't be compared to the Crown Prince, Imperial Advisor, and Empress Dowager. Rumble. At this moment the heavens and earth shook. A murderous aura shot up to the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky. At this moment the river water soared into the sky, and a two-headed flood dragon, its entire body shining with golden light, crawled out. This flood dragon was over 1,000 meters long, and it swallowed the clouds. One of the flood dragon's heads spat out lightning, while the other spat out icy mist. As it slowly emerged from the river, the vast river water seemed to recede, and half of it sank. Roar! The two-headed dragon roared. Behind it, a large number of water demons followed. Then it looked at the peak of Mount War God and charged towards it. Obviously, it knew that it had to reach the peak of Mount War God in order to break free. Of course, there would be many martial artists stopping it during this process. Thunder Ice Golden Dragon. Looking at the tyrannical demonic beast from afar, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan sucked in a cold breath. This demonic beast was recorded in the ancient records. It had an ancient bloodline. Although it wasn't fully grown yet, its strength was comparable to an early Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivator. Heavenly Spirit Realm. If it wasn't for the previous Emperor's decree, this demonic beast would have left on the clouds long ago. We must stop it. Sovereign King Li roared. This time the Demon King was even more terrifying than before. At this moment the eyes of everyone on War God Mountain narrowed. That Demon King made them tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. Two-headed dragon? Try my strength. A general was filled with confidence. He took a big step forward and charged towards the two-headed dragon. With a swing of his saber, he shouted, "Void extermination /" Chapter 298. Battle Merits Ownership Roar. The two-headed flood dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar, and one of its heads swallowed the general as if it was about to swallow the heavens and the earth. The general then disappeared from the world. How terrifying! Its strength has definitely reached the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Everyone was shocked. A Heavenly Spirit Realm demonic beast. Not to mention that their cultivation was suppressed, many of them wouldn't be able to move the demonic beast at all. Bang bang bang. The earth shook as the two-headed flood dragon rushed to the top of the mountain. Everywhere it passed, there was a rain of blood. A large number of cultivators were swallowed, and the demonic beast behind the two-headed flood dragon was also violent and bloodthirsty, constantly devouring cultivators. In an instant, the situation on Mount War God changed. At first it was the generals killing the demonic beast, but now it was the demonic beast killing the generals. Kill! A large number of experts from the Third Prince's camp charged towards the two-headed flood dragon. Roar! The two-headed flood dragon let out an angry roar, and one of its heads raged with lightning, killing a large number of experts. The path to Mount War God became smooth. The Third Prince's men don't deserve their reputation. Go! The Crown Prince's men also moved out, led by a general ranked 81st among the 108 stars. His body moved, and ghost fog filled the air as he transformed into a headless ghost general. Riding a 9-nether horse, he slashed towards the two-headed flood dragon. General Netherhorse, the Crown Prince's favorite. Unfortunately, his strength is still a bit weak in my eyes. The two-headed flood dragon is mine. The generals from the Imperial Advisor's camp, the Empress Dowager's camp, and the Four Kings' camp all moved out. Roar! A chaotic battle broke out everywhere. The two-headed flood dragon roared again and again. Its two heads intertwined and actually fused together, transforming into an even larger golden flood dragon. Although the top generals of the various great powers had injured it, it seemed to have become even stronger because of its anger. Lightning and ice swept across the entire Mount War God. Its golden scales had an extremely strong defense, and it wasn't afraid of any blade slashes. The Demon King is angry. Retreat! Retreat! A large number of commanders died, and the remaining generals retreated temporarily. However, they all had cold smiles on their faces, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. They were determined to obtain the Demon King's battle merit. Among them, General Yang Fading of the Imperial Advisor's residence, Yilinyun of the Crown Prince Zhao Qingshan, Hung Hanyue of the Empress Dowager's camp, the third Princess Qian Fengxue, Lung Tianfeng, and the others. These top experts had been eyeing them covetously, quietly waiting for an opportunity. All the commanders waited quietly. They didn't have the strength to kill the Demon King, so they could only wait for the great general behind the scenes. For a time, the cheers of the various camps could be heard. In the distance, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan narrowed their eyes. Even though the giant dragon Demon King was getting closer and closer to the peak of the God of War mountain, they knew that the moment the giant dragon Demon King successfully reached the peak, there would definitely be experts who would make their move. At that time, it would depend on who would obtain the final battle merit. All of the generals were at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm, and it was still unknown who would be the one to receive the prize. At this moment, Lin Ling was also rushing towards the giant dragon Demon King. He wouldn't let go of such a huge achievement. Someone's making a move. You're courting death. Not just anyone can touch a Demon King. You overestimate yourself. The giant dragon Demon King crazily rushed forward, and the experts around it temporarily avoided its attack. Therefore, Lin Ling's appearance was extremely conspicuous. Many people saw him, but all of them smiled disdainfully. If the Demon King was so easy to kill, they would have made their move long ago. Why wait for the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow? There are always people who want to take advantage of others in this world. Unfortunately, if they want to obtain battle merit without strength, they'll lose their lives. General Yang Fading didn't care about the youth's appearance. He was gathering his aura and preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Similarly, the strongest general in the Crown Prince's camp, Yi Linyun, closed his eyes and gathered his aura. It's him, General Yi Linyun. We should make our move. If we're too slow, the youth will steal our battle merit. On the side, Zhao Qingshan frowned. He recognized Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling's strength ranked at the top among the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Now that all of the expert strength had been suppressed to the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm, this meant that Lin Ling's strength wasn't any weaker than theirs. Perhaps he would steal their battle merit. General Zhao, it's just a youth. Why are you so flustered? Don't be impatient. Yi Linyun's aura was steady as he smiled faintly. He didn't care about Lin Ling at all. At this moment, no one cared about what Lin Ling would do. They were silently waiting for the generals in their camp to make their move. The Demon King has strength close to the Sky Spirit realm. However, it's not quite there yet. As long as it's not in the Sky Spirit realm, I still have a chance to kill it. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he caught up to the giant dragon Demon King. He gripped his sword even tighter. Roar! The giant dragon Demon King was still running wildly. It had also seen Lin Ling but didn't pay him any attention. Its enormous head spat out a pillar of lightning and ice at Lin Ling. Flaming Sky Cross Slash. Lin Ling's expression grew serious as the surging power attacked. Blue and white flames rose on the blade of his sword. It was obvious that he didn't dare underestimate the Demon King. He'd used a powerful sword move right off the bat. Whoosh! The enormous flaming Skycross Slash slashed out like a hot knife through butter. The flaming Skycross Slash split the Demon King's golden scales into 4 pieces. When the flaming Skycross Slash landed on the Demon King's golden scales, the Demon King's golden scales began to burn. This unforeseen event caused the generals who were gathering their momentum to narrow their eyes. That young man had actually injured the Demon King. One had to know that up until now, the only ones who could shake the Demon King and injure it were the generals of the various camps. That young man was unfamiliar to them, but he'd succeeded. Who is he? Many great generals shouted coldly. He seems to be Lin Ling, who was in the limelight a while ago. Some people recognized Lin Ling and cried out in surprise. Lin Ling! The great generals of the various camps narrowed their eyes. At the same time, anger rose in their hearts. It must be known that in their hearts, the giant dragon Demon King had long been theirs. But Lin Ling, a junior in name but not in reality, was snatching away their battle merits. Flaming Sun Dance. On the road ahead, a cold voice rang out once again. Everyone saw a blazing sun dance across the sky, and the giant dragon Demon King let out a painful cry. It was obvious that the sword slash had caused even greater damage. His grand concept is definitely at the perfect realm, and his innate spiritual body is definitely not weak. To be able to shake a Demon King that's close to the heavenly spirit realm, It's impossible for him to do so without this bit of strength. In the Imperial Advisor's residence, General Yang Fading's previously indifferent expression changed. His eyes narrowed. If this continued, the battle merits would be stolen by Lin Ling. Does this junior know the rules? Yi Linyun's expression was also ugly. He couldn't wait any longer. That young man wasn't as weak as he thought. If he didn't make a move now, the Demon King wouldn't belong to him anymore. This brat. Zhao Qingshan's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Ling was as dazzling as a star, which made him extremely unwilling. Not long ago he was humiliated by Lin Ling. Right now he wanted to see Lin Ling be devoured by the Demon King. Not amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. General Lin, General Lin. In the second prince's camp, the generals were all cheering. Nangong Yuan, on the other hand, was laughing proudly. He had originally planned to participate in the battle, but the giant dragon Demon King wasn't like the previous Demon Kings, so after assessing its strength, he decided not to participate in the battle. Chapter 299. Slay the Demon King. In the distance, Sovereign King Li and the other Demon King were equally shocked. They had not expected Lin Ling's base strength to be this strong. If he maintained this state, it wasn't impossible for him to kill the Demon King. Unfortunately, the other Demon Kings would not let Lin Ling have his way. General Yang Fading had made his move. Yi Linyun also made his move. Hung Yinue, Lung Tianfeng, and other top-notch great generals all made their moves. They would never allow Lin Ling to obtain the battle merit. Several generals attacked. All of their attacks were directed at the giant dragon Demon King. Moreover, Lin Ling was the closest to the giant dragon Demon King. From the looks of it, they wanted to kill Lin Ling as well. How despicable. Lin Ling injured the Yao King, and now they're attacking? They're taking advantage of the situation. And Yuer looked into the distance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Earlier, the giant flood dragon Demon King's aura was the strongest. All the top generals were gathering their auras and didn't attack. It was only when Lin Ling injured the Demon King that the generals wanted to take advantage of the situation. Furthermore, he wanted to kill both Lin Ling and the Monster King. And Yuer's commander behind her also said angrily, "These generals are trying to snatch military merits. Shameless." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As a general, one must learn such tactics. That's right. All is fair in war. What's more, we're saving that young man. That young man definitely won't be able to kill the Demon King by himself. On the contrary, he'll die in the Demon King's mouth. If we attack, the Demon King will be distracted to deal with us, allowing that young man to escape. As if to establish their prestige, General Yang Fading and the others shouted loudly, causing the commanders in their camp to cheer, covering up their shameless methods of taking advantage of others. Rumble. With several generals attacking at the same time, coupled with the fact that the demonic Dragon King had been injured by Lin Ling earlier, it could no longer withstand the generals' attacks. It let out a series of cries and finally fell to the ground. Boom! Dust flew into the air. Many people's hearts trembled violently, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Who killed the Demon King in the end and obtained the battle credit? Moreover, Lin Ling was also implicated in the attack. He was afraid that he would be killed along the way. The Demon King belongs to me, Yang Fading. That might not be the case. As long as I, Yi Linyun, am here, the merit will belong to me. Many great generals spoke with ice-cold expressions. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. At that moment on the mountain path, a cloud of dust was spreading out. After a short period of silence, suddenly, a roar filled the air. The gigantic dragon with golden scales stood up again and madly rushed towards the top of the mountain. The demon monarch was still alive. At this moment, everyone's faces froze. This sudden turn of events shocked all the great generals. Wait, look at the giant dragon's head. There's someone there. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. A figure stood quietly on top of the running giant dragon. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. His handsome face revealed a touch of indifference. His hand was raised high, and in his palm there was a blue and white flame. The flame was constantly dancing, but it emitted a forbidden aura. It's Lin Ling. He's not dead yet. Why is he standing on the Archfiend's head? What is he trying to do? Everyone's hearts trembled violently. That slender figure in their hearts gave them a strong sense of pressure. Oh no, he's trying to steal the merit. Yi Linyun's eyes flickered, and he suddenly shouted. He vaguely guessed what was going on. Yang Fading and the other great generals who were ranked 108 stars felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. It was as if they couldn't bear the sudden reversal of events. Lin Ling wasn't dead. Moreover, he appeared on top of the demon monarch's head, as if he was preparing to deal a fatal blow. Junior, how dare you steal my merit? All the great generals rushed forward. They absolutely couldn't accept that Lin Ling stole their merit. If that was the case, they would lose all their face today, and their efforts would be in vain. From the moment I attacked the giant fled dragon Archfiend, the merit belonged to me. No matter how you try to steal it, it's useless. But I still have to thank you. This move of mine takes a long time to prepare. If it weren't for all of you attacking the Archfiend and injuring it again, I wouldn't have had time to prepare. A cold voice sounded out from above the Archfiend's head. The youth's lips curved up in a mocking smile, causing the faces of Yang Fading and the other great generals to turn even uglier. They thought that Lin Ling was the mantis and they were the oriole, taking advantage of Lin Ling. But they never imagined that Lin Ling was the eagle behind the oriole. Not only did they not take advantage of Lin Ling, but they even helped him. Junior, you're dreaming. Die. The great generals were getting closer and closer to the giant fled dragon Archfiend. They all attacked. Too late. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He coldly shook his head. The taboo flame that had been brewing in his palm suddenly slammed down on the Archfiend below him. First-generation flame technique. Burning heavenly flames. Bang! A wisp of flame could incinerate the sky. The taboo flame blossomed with magnificent radiance and rose up into a giant mushroom cloud. The giant fled dragon Archfiend let out a cry. Its golden body was blasted apart and scattered into pieces. The flames were like a tide, pouring down from the mountain path in layers. The entire peak of Mount War God was turned into a sea of fire. Not good. Yang Fading and the others were still rushing forward. When they saw the taboo flame pouring down, their faces changed drastically. They turned around and fled. Among them, Yi Linyun was slightly slower. When he was touched by the flames, his entire body was instantly engulfed in flames. Such terrifying flames. Sigh. Looking at the volcanic eruption in front of them, everyone's eyes narrowed. They quickly retreated. The flames were like the Inferno Emperor's wrath, turning Mount War God into a sea of fire. This? Sigh. From afar, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan's faces froze. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, he was the #1 martial scholar of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. But they didn't expect that this evaluation was still too low. In just a short period of time, Lin Ling's strength was already enough to wipe out more than half of the generals in the army. This lad always surprises me every time we meet. How many tricks does he have up his sleeves? Duke Duan suddenly let out a bitter smile. 2 astral bodies with fire innate talent. Both of them are at the perfected stage of the fire concept. What's more, they are fused together. No wonder no one in the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm is a match for him. Perhaps he doesn't even fear the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Sovereign King Li sighed. Rumble. Mount War God was like a volcano. The final winner of the battle merit of killing the Archfiend was the youngest general of the army, Lin Ling. Everyone felt uncomfortable in their hearts, especially Yang Fading and the others. They felt disgusted as if they had just eaten a fly. They were all at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm and had outstanding military achievements. They had defeated many experts from the Ophidian Nation and Stone Saint Nation. Hence, in their hearts, the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm was simply an ant. From the moment the Archfiend appeared, they didn't put any mid-stage Earth Spirit realm martial artists in their eyes. But today Lin Ling snatched their battle merits and even gave them a resounding slap in the face. Pa! At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the endless sea of fire in front of them. Then a slender figure slowly walked down. His handsome face was still cold, but his eyes were still as calm as an ancient well as he stared at the crowd. Apologies, I snatched the battle merits. Sorry. Chapter 300. Aries Martial Arts, General Lin. General Lin. After a short moment of silence, the second prince's camp erupted with cheers. Lin Ling was now everyone's idol. Alright, this year's training is over. First place goes to Lin Ling. At this moment another cheer rang out. It was Sovereign King Li's voice, causing Yang Fading and the others' faces to darken. And those who fought side by side with Lin Ling will also receive 100 battle merits. Sovereign King Li continued. This time, the people in the second prince's camp were excited. Battle merits can be exchanged for the spirit ginseng fruit that was left behind by the previous emperor. I hope you all remember that this is only a training session to make you stronger and prepare for the upcoming 100 Generals battle. Duke Duan's voice rang out. The two of them stepped on the vast river and walked over step by step. Everyone who received battle merits was excited and prepared to exchange for the spirit ginseng fruit. The spirit ginseng fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that this treasure had the corresponding spiritual chi of a spiritual chi seed, and was very effective for earthly spirit realm cultivators. This was also the reason why Mount War God didn't need heavenly spirit realm cultivators for the training, because the spirit ginseng fruit was only effective for earthly spirit realm cultivators. The top 10 of the battle merits will be able to enter the peak of Mount War God tomorrow. Sovereign King Li said again. Usually, these words would make the great generals even more excited. But today many great generals had ugly expressions. This was because Lin Ling had snatched first place in terms of battle merits. It was not the first time that many great generals had come to the War God Mountain. They had already begun to comprehend the War God martial arts. As long as they obtained first place this time, they would have the opportunity to enter the highest War God Mountain and cultivate the War God martial arts to perfection. But all of this was interrupted by Lin Ling. If they wanted to learn more powerful Aries martial arts, they would have to wait until next year. Lin Ling, the day I leave Mount War God, I will make you regret stepping on my head. Yang Fading and the others coldly stared at Lin Ling. The anger in their hearts almost burned them to ashes. Because of the late emperor's will, their strength was suppressed to the mid-earthly spirit realm. They couldn't do anything to Lin Ling in the War God Mountain. But that might not be the case once they leave the War God Mountain. Lin Ling ignored the resentful gazes of Yang Fading and the others. He smiled and walked towards Yuer and the others. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, Yuer and the others smiled happily. Lin Ling, amazing. I didn't expect you to become so strong. Yuer said with some surprise. Every time she saw Lin Ling would surprise her. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. You're exaggerating. In fact, he was already this strong when he was in the heavenly fragrance ancient city, so he wasn't too surprised. No matter what you do, you always have a calm face. But I'm about to break through to the martial spirit realm. You have to give me some pointers. Yuer smiled, revealing a different girly attitude. Lin Ling was slightly stunned. Then he nodded and said, No problem, senior sister. At this moment, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan also walked over. Lin Ling, good job. You've won glory for His Majesty. To be honest, I didn't have high expectations for you at first, but I didn't expect that even I would misjudge you. Sovereign King Li walked over and said with a smile. First place on the War Merit Board, you will receive 10 spiritual ginseng fruits, and the people who follow you will receive 1 spiritual ginseng fruit. Duke Duan looked at Lin Ling with admiration and said. Those words made Lin Ling smile gently. His heart was filled with joy. His current cultivation level mostly came from killing his opponents and extracting their spiritual chi seeds. This was the first time he used treasures to cultivate in the earthly spirit realm. Hearing the words of the two dukes, the eyes of the people from the other factions turned red with jealousy, especially the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence, the Empress Dowager, and the Crown Prince. They were jealous and angry. Although the second prince wasn't as useless as before, he still couldn't be compared to the deep-rooted major factions like the Imperial Advisor's residence. But now, the second prince was standing above them. When they returned, they wouldn't be able to report back. They might even be scolded. Everyone disperse. Those in the top 10 of the War Merit Board will stay and head to the peak of War God Mountain tomorrow. Sovereign King Li looked at the crowd and his face returned to its usual cold expression. At this moment, The training on War God Mountain had come to an end. However, many people didn't leave. They had a feeling that after the training on War God Mountain ended, something would happen. So they were happy to watch the show. The night passed silently. The next morning, those in the top 10 of the War Merit Board were waiting quietly. They were Yang Fading and the others. Lin Ling was the first on the War Merit Board, so he was naturally among them. Brat, how dare you snatch the merit from the Imperial Advisor's residence? When we get out, I will give you an explanation. Yang Fading looked at Lin Ling indifferently. The others also looked at Lin Ling coldly. If this wasn't War God Mountain and Sovereign King Li wasn't here, they would have attacked long ago. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and suddenly found it funny. May I ask, is War God Mountain your home? Has the merit been decided by you? It's just a fair competition. How can you blame others for your loss? I can only say that you are all trash. Don't be too arrogant. Yi Linyun's voice was low. He wasn't in a good mood because he didn't get the merit. But who knew that the young man didn't apologize and instead mocked them from above? Arrogant? You asked for it. Since War God Mountain isn't your home and the merit wasn't decided by you, what right do you have to be unhappy with your loss? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. If we were in the outside world we could kill you with a single finger. Yang Fading snorted coldly. He was as sullen as Yi Linyun because Lin Ling was like an ant in his eyes. He was just taking advantage of the late emperor's decree. How could they feel good when someone who wasn't as strong as them was standing above them? Crazy. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say more. These guys thought they could defeat him outside. What a joke. You. Lin Ling's indifferent attitude made Yang Fading and the others even angrier. Those in the top 10 come with me. At this moment, Sovereign King Li's voice rang out. Yang Fading and the others could only suppress their anger for now. Then the group of them headed towards the peak. At the foot of the mountain, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. That was the advantage of being in the top 10. They could learn the War God's martial arts. The War God's martial arts was an extremely powerful concept. Everyone knew that when a martial artist comprehended a concept, it was mostly related to their innate spirit body. But the War God concept was something that all martial artists could comprehend. It had nothing to do with their innate spirit body. And to have an additional War God concept that meant having an additional innate spirit body. Who wouldn't want that? As for comprehending the War God Mountain, those in the top would be closer to the peak. Those in the bottom would be closer to the middle of the mountain. This was also the reason why Yang Fading and the others were jealous of Lin Ling. The War God's martial arts were created by the late emperor after observing the ancient War God. It is broad and profound, as vast as the sea. Although that kid can comprehend the martial arts at the peak, he might not be able to do so. He might not even be able to learn a single martial art. On the path of martial arts, one's foundation is extremely important. That kid is so young, his foundation must not be solid. General Yang, I agree with your opinion. That kid shouldn't be able to learn anything. Chapter 301. Viewing the ancient battle god, Lin Ling naturally didn't know what they were thinking. He arrived at the peak of the mountain alone and saw an ancient boulder. On the boulder, there were many fist marks, sword marks, and spear marks. When he got closer, an illusion appeared in front of him. It was the scene of a man in embroidered clothes practicing martial arts. Similar to the Fire Ancient Clan Savage Valley, the essence of martial arts is left in the boulder. However, these martial arts are of a higher level. All of them are of the earth rank. Lin Ling thought. Sovereign King Li had said that he only had 3 days to comprehend the War God's martial arts. Once the 3 days were up, everyone had to leave the mountain. This was the previous emperor's order. Therefore, Lin Ling only had 3 days left. As for the earth rank martial arts, 3 days was obviously not enough to comprehend them. Lin Ling had heard from General Nangong Yun that many generals came to Mount War God to comprehend martial arts for several years. Every year, they would comprehend some martial arts until they reached the heavenly spirit realm and lost the qualifications to come. This showed how difficult the War God's martial arts were. I don't have that much time to come every year. Lin Ling shook his head and walked around the boulder. War General Overlord Spear, Earth rank 5th grade. Once the Overlord spear is out, who else can it be but me? In front of him a huge red spear appeared and pierced towards the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The tip of the spear rippled with thunder and fire. Under the spear, heaven and earth changed. Earth rank 8th grade? Not learning. Linling looked carefully for a while and shook his head. Although the martial arts were not weak, his time was limited. Therefore, if he wanted to learn it, he would learn the strongest one. War King's 6 styles: War Heaven, War Earth, War God. Another powerful martial art appeared in front of Linling, causing Linling to frown slightly. The power of the martial art was not bad. If he could learn it, his invincible strength in the Earth Spirit realm would be even more stable. However, Linling was still unwilling. After all, it was rare for him to come to Mount War God. If he only learned the War King's 6 styles, it would be too much of a loss. If time allows, I want to learn all the martial arts. Linling couldn't help but sigh. Boom! At this moment, a golden fist appeared in front of them. An ancient aura spread out, and under the golden fist, all living beings were blasted apart by the fighting spirit, obliterating everything. War God Fist. This fist is a martial art that I comprehended from watching the ancient war gods fight. This martial art currently does not have any ranks. The stronger the battle intent, the greater the power. First style: Chant. The golden fist was filled with boundless battle intent, destroying everything in its path. In the illusion, an ancient Qilin that towered between heaven and earth was struck by the fist. Its huge body turned golden, and then it exploded, turning into boundless golden light. So powerful. A martial art that uses the concept of the god of war as its foundation. The stronger the battle intent, the more powerful it is. Looking at the illusion, Linling gasped. Second style: Extermination. This time the golden fist was mixed with a terrifying force. With a punch, heaven and earth split open, and strong winds swept out from the void. This is the combination of battle intent and innate spirit body. Linling's pupils constricted, and huge waves surged in his heart. This War God Fist was probably the strongest martial art on War God Mountain. One had to know that the War God Fist was a great concept which was equivalent to a type of innate spirit body. However, when the War God Fist was combined with one's innate spirit body, the power would increase by several times, or even 10 times. Currently, Linling could combine his 2 innate spirit bodies to form a new generation of fire technique, blazing heavenly fire. This martial arts power was extremely terrifying, and it could make Linling invincible in the earth spirit realm. However, if it could be combined with the War God Fist, its power would be unimaginable. Second style: Extermination. If I were to use it, it would be blazing extermination. Linling's heart was filled with anticipation. He finally decided to learn the War God Fist. To learn the War God Fist, the first thing to do was to comprehend the concept of the god of war. This was the foundation of all martial arts, but Linling only had 3 days. At that moment, Linling sat down cross-legged and looked at the illusion, trying to comprehend the concept of the god of war. The illusion was of the former emperor using the War God Fist. It was all-encompassing and profound. Besides that, it was also the former emperor's comprehension of watching the ancient war gods fight. Time quietly passed. Linling frowned. His talent could only be considered above average. If he wanted to comprehend the War God Fist in 3 days, it would be a little difficult. Of course, this wasn't him. Currently, none of the generals who came to War God Mountain could comprehend the War God Fist in 3 days. Moreover, many generals had given up on learning the War God Fist. The reason was simple. This martial art was too difficult. If they spent 3 days to comprehend it, they might only be able to scratch the surface. If that was the case, then it would be better to use 3 days to learn simpler war god martial arts, such as the 6 styles of the War King. Right, I can use my eye of time to observe. Since the former emperor comprehended the concept of the god of war from watching the ancient war gods fight, then why should I watch the former emperor practice martial arts? It would be better to watch the ancient war gods practice. After a long time, Linling's eyes lit up. Watching the ancient war gods practice was clearly better than watching the Cloud Sea King practice. It was more comprehensive and more perfect. Thinking like this, Linling's soul force condensed in his eyes. Then his pupils stretched out and a strange green light appeared. Through his eyes he could clearly see the ancient war gods fighting each other. This feeling was as if he was there. It was as if the ancient war gods were personally instructing Lin Ling. War is a powerful concept. In ancient times there were powerhouses that could shake the heavens with a single shout. There were even two armies that fought. A single great general could intimidate a million lions. This is the aura and the will to fight, Lin Ling muttered. In his eyes the two ancient war gods were constantly fighting. Although their fists seemed ordinary, they resonated with the heavens and earth. It was as if they were punches from the heavens and earth. Every movement and action carried with it the rules of the heavens and earth. It was like life and death, like flowers blooming and wilting. So the ancient war gods' martial arts are so mysterious. Lin Ling was secretly surprised, but he was also happy. He was grateful to this ancient war god teacher that he had never seen before. This teacher was guiding him step by step. And this opportunity was something that even the late emperor did not have. Time slowly passed. Lin Ling entered a state of enlightenment. His entire body was covered in a faint golden color, giving him the aura of an ancient war god. The current him had the fire attribute spirit body as his foundation. It was also his future path. Using the sword was his habit. However, he was not a sword cultivator. As long as it was a powerful martial art, Lin Ling would not let it go. It was always good to have an extra trump card. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. The war god mountain was still quiet. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was sitting cross-legged. Their expressions were calm as they recalled the insights they gained from killing the demonic beasts. Occasionally, they would raise their heads and look up. When they saw the towering peak of the mysterious war god mountain, their hearts were filled with anticipation. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.